What's going on? What's going on, everybody? Okay. So this is the day. Today's the day, man. First and foremost, let me give my blessings to all my subscribers, all everybody tuning in today. Give my blessings to everybody, around the world, man, that is just going through strife, going through hard times. Uh, Many blessings to you guys, and Lord is with you. And just know that with self, believing in yourself, you can get through it, man. You don't need nobody else. So pick yourself up and just get it done. So I'm a little disheveled this morning, so bear with me. Let me get my bearings. I'm sitting here watching my stocks drop. So this is really a good episode to talk about manipulation and corruption. Um, we're gonna be getting into it here soon with Trinity. It's gonna be the first call. And Trinity, in the last episode, briefly shared that he's been incarcerated for 17 years, I believe, if I remember correctly. And he was part of a robbery slash murder that he did not partake in the murder aspect of it. This was something that his co-defendant, I guess, just took it upon himself to murder the shop owner, and Trinity was on the other side doing what he thought they were there to do. So this was prior to when degrees came out for murder. Murder was just murder, and everybody that was involved in that murder was charged with murder. So Trinity is now doing uh, a very long sentence, 42 years, I believe it was, for a murder that he did not partake in, did not agree to, had no knowledge that it was going to happen. Um, so we're going to be speaking with Trinity first. That'll be at 10:30. I'm going to make the first call. So other than that, some of the things I've been dealing with, I don't know if you guys know, but you can check out my foundation. It is www.cominghomecoalition.com. And what I do is I deal with inmates that are coming home, or people that are getting ready to go to prison. So entry, reentry consultant is what I am. And I'll work with these guys. I'll work with the families. Um, in these situations, right, a lot of times we don't know who to trust. We don't even know what attorney to trust. We don't even know what attorney to call. And every attorney is going to say that they're the man for you, right? But in reality, every attorney is not for you. There's very few attorneys that are for you in your specific case. So when it is time to start looking for these attorneys, right, you may need help in searching the right attorney for your case involved. Um, so I help in those things. I help in education, mentorship. I can help young ones that are incarcerated, that are getting ready to come home, that need leadership, need mentorship, um, need a man in their life to explain men things to them, and show them how to think like a man and act like a man within society, right? Because that's what we're lacking today, is leadership from our men. Um, so you can check that out. www.cominghomecoalition.com. Uh, in the description is a link to my, uh, actually on the page. Yeah, the link on the page is my store, my merchandise. You can help me help you by visiting the store, purchasing some of the stuff in the store, and that generates funds for me to continue to do the things that I do. So for me, it's all about help. It's all about unity. There's a lot of injustice going on in the world, and a lot of it is in our criminal justice system. If you fully, truly understand what happened with Bill Cosby, then you can grasp what I'm saying. It's not conspiracy theories. It's not some, you know, crazy thought out, you know, all inmates, all convicts say that they're innocent thing, right? It's not that. We're finding out, which I've known most of my life, that our law enforcement, our criminal justice system is very, very corrupt. And um, something has to be done about it. So that is what a lot of my channel deals with, right? Is getting these things done, getting to the bottom of it. I have DJ Vodka coming up. He is author of The Green Wall, which he is an ex CO in some of California's toughest prisons. And he is known as what you call a whistleblower because he spoke out against some of the corruption that he saw going on within that organization, within that little clique, that crew of deviant mindsets that are in law enforcement in positions of power. And a lot of that goes um, unheard to the public, you know. We don't want to hear about these things, man, because we look at it like these dudes, these people are prisoners. They shouldn't have done what they done to get themselves into trouble, right? They shouldn't even be in these positions, that they're murderers, they're rapists. If these things are happening to them, they deserve it. Good for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for the victims. Things of this nature. These are a lot of what we hear day in and day out. I hear this every day. Promise you, I hear these types of monikers every day. And a lot of that is based upon miseducation and stigma that media, right, the devil that it is, has put out and has been used, right, as scare tactics, propaganda agenda for the government to further their business, to keep their business churning, right? This is why we have over 2 million people incarcerated now, because it's a business, right? So, in 8 more minutes, I will be calling. I don't have no water or nothing. So, this is the premise of my show. You know, this is the premise of who I am. There's a lot of convict shows out there, a lot of convict shows, you know, and it's just guys up there talking about experiences, you know, and they'll bring other people onto the show to talk about their experiences. And a lot of it is ego, a lot of it is exaggerated. It's just not factual. This is why I bring people on that has factual evidence to tie in to the things that I say, because I just don't want you to listen to me and take my word for things. I want you to know who I am first and foremost and what I'm about, and see that this is real, because it's important. People are going to prison every day, and people are going to prison. Yes, maybe they make decisions, right, based upon emotion. 99% of the people in prison are based upon emotional decision making, right? Reactive emotional decision making. And because of the justice system and the way that it is, right, they will stack charges on top of you. They will further their agenda. They will do what they have to do to enhance their careers, their agenda, because you decided to step into their world. You see what I'm saying? And that's how they look at it. You put yourself in this position, which is true. All of these things are true. That's how I had to learn. That was what I had to learn when I had to sit there, right, and watch people that I grew up with, people that I would have died for, right? People that I broke bread with every day, all day long, in every situation, right? Point their fingers at me and lie and make up things so that they didn't have to do their time. Some of these characters would have only gotten 2 or 3 years, and they didn't even want to do that. Yet they wanted me to do 20 years, knowing that I just had a child, right? So to sit there and watch these people do this to me, it changed me in ways that I don't think I could ever go back. I don't think I could ever trust anybody again, especially the way that the prosecutor in my case was lying, just making things up to fit the narrative, right? But when it came to answering detailed questions, it couldn't be done. It was just, for example, okay, well, if I'm responsible for all of this weight that you're trying to attribute to me, where is the money? Where is the money? There was no trace of no money anywhere, right? No trace of no money. No cars, no houses, no bank accounts, no wire transfers, nothing. Nothing. I was just to pay bills, and to feed myself, to feed the little family I thought I was building. That's it. So when it came to answering these questions, those couldn't be answered, right? The answer that they gave in court, that the prosecutor gave, was it went to buying more drugs. So the money I was making went to buying more drugs. However, the whole trial was based upon, and all the testimony was based upon, the fact that drugs were fronted to me. So it's these types of discrepancies that go unchecked and unheard, right? And it goes overlooked, So because I'm guilty of selling drugs, and because I'm guilty of that, and they know that I'm guilty of that, they'll put whatever they want on me. It does not matter. They don't care. That's the point. They did not care about me as an individual that did not have the proper skill set and training to evolve in society. They didn't care about that. They didn't care about how to fix that within me. All they cared about was their agenda. So 1028, man, let's ride. Let's do this, man. Let's call these. I know right now these people sitting in this room, anxious, chained down, shackled. Here we go.
To the Chippewa Correctional Facility. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time. For the facility's physical address, please press 1. For visiting information, press 2. For information on sending money to a prisoner, press 3. To dial by name, press 4. If you would like to reach prisoner accounting, please dial 906-495-5045. If you are unsure with whom you need to speak, please dial 0 or stay on the line for the operator. If you would like to repeat this message, please press 9. Wait while I transfer your call.
I didn't get an extension.
Chippewa Correctional Facility Officer Lightfoot.
Hey, good afternoon. How you doing? This is
Good, yourself?
I'm blessed, man. Thank you for asking. So this is Thomas Harold. I'm with Free Me Podcast, and I have 3 interviews set up today. And the first interview is with Trinity Matthisen.
Okay, let me put you over there just a minute here.
/ home ownership. Mishta, your best way home.
Do you want an inspiring career that shapes the...
I get nervous, man. Just hearing these people, man, be giving me anxiety for real. All right, come on, man. And I'm doing this so that you, America, the world, can kind of get a glimpse of what it is that we have to go through every day when we want to call and just get a question, connect with somebody, uh, anything of that nature. Anytime you try to call any correctional facility, this is what you get. See what I'm saying? This is what you get. So I want you guys to experience this and imagine, right, that you're trying to find out information on your loved one, your
Correctional facility. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at. Wait while I transfer your call.
Chippewa Correctional Facility, Officer Lipa.
Hey, Officer Lightfoot, this is Thomas with Free Me Podcast again. Nobody picked up that line.
Let me put you on hold.
Okay, thank you.
Michigan. The Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development invests in you. Visit michigan.gov/MDARD and click on Grow My Food and Ag Business.
Man, Michigan, stop it. You ain't about nobody. More propaganda.
The Michigan Department of Transportation reminds you that when a vehicle collides with another vehicle, person, or other object, it is a crash, not an accident. By reducing human error, we can prevent crashes and rebuild Michigan roads safely.
Emailing
Don't forget
the
your
lady
recreation
now.
passport when renewing your license plate with the Secretary of State.
Cutting in on my
It's free
time.
to explore
Cutting in on my
Michigan's
big homie's
parks,
time.
trails, and waterways all year long.
Oh,
When you
man.
purchase the recreation passport, you're also investing in the future of our natural resources and the state and local parks that
But I
draw
will
people
say
and
this, man. I will say
Michigan
this.
communities.
They have
Learn
been
more at
they have been very, very
michigan.gov/recreation
communicative. I'm not gonna say her name, but the lady that I've been dealing with, she's been very nice,
We're
very
all tired of
communicative.
COVID-19, but the pandemic isn't over yet. Continue to wear a mask, stay at least 6 feet from others, and wash your hands frequently. Get tested if you have symptoms, and get the first vaccine available to you. Visit.
Thank you for holding, sir. I'm going to go ahead and transfer you now.
Hey, thank you, man.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, this Thomas?
Hey, Big Trim, man, what's going on, partner?
Hey, sorry about the delay, man. That's prison, man. Sometimes it happens like that, but they got to figure it out.
Hey, man, it was beautiful that it did because I gave a rundown to the people as it was going on, man. Like, this is what we got to go through every day as families trying to find out information, call the institution. This is what we got to go through, man. So,
Yeah, it's definitely part of it, man. But honestly, if this place has a warden, man, that's very progressive named Connie Horton, and if it wasn't for her and Special Acts Marty Terrian, then these type of things probably wouldn't happen. And National Lifers Association, it's a group we have here called National Lifers Association, and we meet and we exchange information, strategize, keep up on bills being passed and being presented, petitions people out there doing, and this is how we educate ourselves, and try to stay up with what's going on, and create awareness amongst ourselves and to the world. But like all these things are things that they allow us to do, man, and they actually allow some programming for some prisoners, run by prisoners. So, luckily for that, we have that, man, and it makes this possible, and people like you as well. So I appreciate you, man. I really do.
hey, man, I got to do it for the convicts, man, for real, because I know how it is in there, man. And even like I tell Temujin, man, because Temujin and I's interviews, man, run 3-4 hours. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't even want to, like he says, man, I know you got to go. I tell him, T, man, listen, don't worry about it, man. You're out of the cell. If I can keep you out of the cell all night, let's do it. Let's run it, man. I'll stay with you. You know what I mean? I know what it is, man. I know it. No, and
Yeah.
you can't explain that feeling of hanging up the phone with the world and having to go back to your cell. You can't explain that feeling of watching your loved ones leaving that visitation, knowing you got to go back to your cell. These things just can't be explained. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
yeah, they really can't.
I know, and I feel you, partner, and I love you for the strength that you're enduring to go through this here, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it that you do this for lives, not for likes, man. Because you have spoke before how people do a lot of things, just try to get their likes up, as gratification, all that. But it's quite obvious, bro, that you're really in here for the people. Like, you trying to shed light on situations, man, and what's going on with the criminal justice system. I mean, it's quite obvious that you can't just reform. You can't just scrap everything. It just ain't gonna work. We need police, and some people are gonna have to come to prison. It's just how life is. People out there doing dumb shit, they're going to have to come in here and they're going to have to figure it out, man, and mature and become different people. But the problem is that people don't get let out of prison, especially in this state. Now, I got this stat that at least 5% of people who get convicted by a jury are innocent. That don't seem like a lot, but when you add up, if it's, 2 million people in prison in America, or however many it is, I don't know the exact number, I'm just throwing that out there. 5% of that, man, that's a lot of people. That's a minimum of how many people in here are innocent. And I know a lot of people don't really look at it like that or understand that. But this is happening, man. There's people in here, and they're dying in here, man. And all the people are dying in the world. And these people are innocent. They did not commit the crime that they're in here for. And that's a major issue. Now, on another note, the USA has about 5% of the world's population. Yet it has 40% of the world's life sentences. And Michigan has the highest percent in the nation. In 2019, Michigan was at 49% life sentences. Now that is crazy, man. 49% of the population, and I can't tell you what they're considering life. That's not just saying life without parole. There's some type of cutoff number that they consider is life, and I don't know what it is, what number they're using, whether it's 20 years or 40 years. But at the end of the day, it's telling you in the very least that people are getting sentenced to long, indeterminate sentences. And that's almost as big of a problem as people getting sentenced and they're wrongly convicted. Because let's just look at it like 20 years ago, Thomas. Look at yourself 20 years ago. You're not that same person you was 20 years ago. Anybody listening, look at yourself 20 years ago. All right, now it's exceptions to every rule. Everybody's not going to age up out of crime. But scientifically, they know that people do tend to age out of crime. People tend to mature. People tend to, get a different understanding on life. Be not so impulsive. throughout the years, they know if you take a rock with sharp edges, because time smooths everything. Like I said, there's always exceptions. Take a rock with sharp edges and dump in the middle of a river. All right, that water, that sand, that sediment's gonna rub up against that rock, and over time, them sharp edges is gonna get smoothed out, man. And that's what people are missing. Like, it's like we're in here, and some of us, not all, but a large portion of people go through a metamorphosis. You know what I'm saying? And once that caterpillar turns to that butterfly, metamorphosis is taking place, but you're still stuck in a cage. You can't even get out there and show the world the beauty of that metamorphosis and the beauty of the person that you are and the beauty of what you can do for society, man. Because it's like, I'm going to tell you, the most grateful person you might ever see in your life, man, is a person whose sentence has been overturned because they're in there for a wrongful conviction. And that's sad because this person grateful. If I get out tomorrow, I got to be grateful to get back what I never should have lost. But those people tend to be some of the most productive people in society. You know what I mean? Just think about, like, people that get out, they don't get to shine, though. If some jagoff gets out tomorrow and does shoot some people up for no reason or even for a reason in the middle of daylight, all this, that's going to be on the news. Man gets released from prison and shot people in broad daylight. If 20 people get out tomorrow and they start nonprofits and they do things to bring awareness to criminal justice, what's wrong with it, and wrongful convictions, and they create a business for themselves and they do well, get married, have children, educate themselves, nobody's talking about that. Nobody's showing that. But that's happening. For every one of them jagoffs, there's 20 of those.
Let me tell you.
The people that's in the middle. You know that people get out and they're trying to figure it out.
Let me tell you this quick story here, right, Trent? So I get out and I'm on the bracelet, I'm on the monitor, right? This big 20-pound, metal thing to the side of my ankle, right? You can't hide this thing. Is the point that I'm trying to make, right? So I'm on this monitor, and I end up having a pulmonary embolism, right? A blood clot in my lung in the middle of the night, and I had to go to the hospital. Yeah, it was serious, man. It was crazy. So long story short, I go to the hospital. Now I'm in the hospital a couple of days, and my girl is in there, and she's constantly like keeping my monitor covered. And me, I'm a convict, man, and I really just don't care about what people think. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's not how we have to. It's not how we can be out here in society. So her and I were sitting, we were talking about this, and she keep covering it up. So on the third or fourth day, she wasn't there. It was out. Now the female doctor comes in that's been dealing with me now for the past 3 days. Okay. So now she comes in, and when she sees this, she asks me, "What is that?" So I explained to her what it is. Do you know she left out of that room, didn't take didn't ask me no questions or nothing like that. She turned around, said that she had a meeting she had to go to, whatever, and I didn't see that doctor not one more time. I was there for another 2 days. So
instant prejudice.
But it's systemic, as everyone is yelling around here about systemic racism, systemic this, systemic that. It's because of, right, the stigma that's been put out there, on exactly everything that you just said. We can't change. We won't change. We're animals. Look at these shows. All you got to do is just go watch Locked Up for 30 minutes. You can see these guys don't need to get out. You know what I mean? And
right.
That's where we're at. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, let me say this, because I do want to point this out, right? And I always want to say this when I'm speaking this, because I never ever want to take away from the victims and the victims' family of all of these occurrences, right? Because at the end of the day, somebody did lose their life. Somebody lost their life on a day that they didn't plan to lose their life. You know what I mean? And this is going on rapidly and all over the world. We're just waking up, we kiss our family goodbye, and the next thing you know, we're eliminated because of emotional decisions. So
guaranteed. And here's the thing, you're right, man. That there's victims on the other side of this, and some people are wrongfully convicted, and people don't understand why they don't show remorse because they actually didn't do it. I'm sure they're sorry that the whole situation happened, but they're kind of in their own muck. Like, man, I'm in here. You lost a family member, and so I'm sorry for that, but I didn't take your family member, and I'm here paying for it. But sometimes people just want that lamb to sacrifice. It don't really matter if you did it because within humans, man, if I could just justify that somebody's paying for it, I ain't gonna think about if that's the right person. Just somebody pay for it and maybe that'll make me feel a little better about it. But it really shouldn't because now it's two people gone. And maybe both innocent. I don't know the circumstance. Every circumstance is different. So, you can't really say what happened in each murder or each time somebody dies. But at the end of the day, I've seen people, man, where they're like victims' family, and they've shown where they've actually forgiven and actually become involved in the people's life. And that's crazy to think that. But they just look at it like, man, don't let my loved one's loss be for nothing, man. Do something with yourself, create a change, become something. You know what I mean? I've literally seen this on different shows, different programs, where people take that approach, and that's amazing to me. But it's transcending, man. It's great. It's a very high ground, but that builds, man. That fixes both sides. A lot of people are broken, man. A lot of people that we go through, like you say, it's systemic, man. It's systemic, like the things that's going on. People get numb. You think that the police officers that don't see shootings and murders every day don't get a hard heart? Like, they get numb, man. You see what I'm saying? And shit gets dehumanized. It even happens to people in war, and it even happens to people that, whatever, gangs and bad neighborhoods that's shooting it out every day. They become numb to the human aspect of shit, man. And this is just, it's almost a detachment from reality. And when that happens, you don't have that human side of it no more. And it just, get this motherfucker out the way, lock him up. If he didn't do it, he probably did something else. Let's go. Let's get him. Boom, boom, boom. And oftentimes, both sides are scared. If they come to talk to me about something, man, whether I did it or not, I'm worried. Because I know that it don't matter if I actually did it. I could still go to prison for the rest of my life. If they're coming to talk to me, I could be through, man. Innocent as could be, and I'm out of there. And 9 times out of 10, they got in their mind like, this guy's armed and dangerous. He might shoot. And everybody's high-strung. And people end up shooting it out with the police. Whatever dumb shit people do. But it's just saying, I'm not justifying one thing or the other, but I'm saying for every circumstance, it's conditions that create them circumstances. And you would be crazy to say we don't need police or we don't need a criminal justice system. That's insane. Motherfuckers need police, man. It's just
Man, that's these motherfuckers out here, man, pushing this agenda, man. That's these motherfuckers out here misinforming people, right, and pushing this agenda crap. But I want to say something again, because what you're saying, dog, is spot on, right? Is spot on. And so what I want to do is provide an example of what it is that you're talking about when you say that how we can create scenarios and environments that create chaos, right? So are you familiar with the 16-year-old girl that was in the news that the cop pulled up on the scene and shot, that she was getting ready to stab the other girl?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Familiar with it.
Okay. So this is what I want to say about this here, because I know you know what I'm talking about, because I know you see this crap every day, right? How many times did you see, Trin, that when the police come around, motherfuckers will start acting up in front of the police?
Right. Stick their chest out because they know they could be saved if shit goes sideways.
Amen. So now when that cop arrives on that scene and that boy runs up all of a sudden and kicks the girl, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So my point is that we can't always fault these officers for the situations. We have to look at ourselves sometimes and ask ourselves, what kind of chaos are we creating for these officers to come into? You see what I'm saying? Because I seen it every day in prison, where motherfuckers will bolster up when they know that the police is on their way, because just like you heard Trent say, they know that the police are there to save them if shit goes sideways for them. But yet they still look hard. Man, fuck that, we bucking, all this crap. Man, sit your ass down. Sit your ass down, man.
For sure. I get it, but don't get it wrong though, because as you said and I said, listen, does it really matter though if the criminal justice system, if it's corrupt by design or if it just morphed into that? The shit don't really matter, man. We really do gotta evaluate how we go about the whole thing, because like the rest of the world has already concluded, bro, that life sentences is inhumane and it should only be used in the rarest of cases, if at all. But the U.S. has doubled down on that shit, man. There's no way we could just scrap. Put it like this: I tell all that gangster shit. Oh man, hey, if you call the police, you a snitch, man. We don't need no police, man. We handle in the streets. Oh, well, my mama ain't in the streets, man. My mama's a regular. The police is how she's supposed to handle. If somebody come in there and rape my sister, or my mama got arrested when she was alive, they're not supposed to call the police, man. That shit is fucking preposterous. What are you talking about? Just put all that super gangster shit down. They serve a purpose, man. You need that type. You need some structure to society, man. But at the end of the day, like the way the shit is going through laziness. See, a lot of times shit ain't really being solved for the person who did the shit to be solved, man. You could put in my case, like the first one they get a hitch on. Oh, here's somebody we got a lead. Oh, this motherfucker got a record. He'll do. Why are we gonna put all this work and man hours into this shit when this guy will serve? Let's get his ass. We can easily just arrange it around him, and it happens. You know what I mean? And then the prosecutor, once it comes to the prosecutor, you think it's the prosecutor's job to prove you didn't do the shit or to even give a fuck? It's not their job to investigate nothing. It's their job to get a conviction. That's what they do. They prosecute. They're not no investigator. So when it comes to their shit, once that comes to their desk and here's the charge, they're going to put forth the charges, and they're going to go all gas. They trying to cook you because that's their position in their mind, is to cook you. And maybe that's a problem, man, because they gain accolades, they gain career off convictions. And every situation, that means a lot of people are getting sacrificed along the way for conviction, for a career. Whether they even look at it like that or not is really happening, man. And if maybe we slow down and really look at this shit.
Well, not only, but this is a key element. Not only is their job convictions, but they have pure immunity, right, in doing that.
Guaranteed.
You see what I'm saying? That's the key element. It's not yes, getting their job. Their job is getting convictions, no question, right? But when you have immunity doing that, when you know that you could just barrel through any wall and you can't get hurt, then that's exactly what you're gonna do. You're just gonna hulk through everything, trying to get as many convictions as you can, because you can do that. So.
And guess what happens? Bro? So when after all these years, I'm through this bitch. I got a 6th grade education. This is me. This is the truth. I got a GED. So I've been to the 6th grade. Last grade I completed, man. And here I am in this fucking law library trying to decipher this shit, which law is really not so much factual as opinion. When you read law, is this court's opinion, this court's opinion, this court's opinion. Fucking, how do you judge opinion? But anyway, long story short, what I'm getting at is, through all that, I finally figured shit out, uncovered shit through years. Look at this they did, look at this they did, look at this they did. I've been telling people, and you finally present it, and they even let you get back. They fight tooth and nail, man. The court might remand some shit, and the prosecutor's still gonna fight it, gonna challenge it, gonna appeal it, even when they see dead to rights that you didn't do it, or they went about the shit in the wrong way, illegally, or however you go about it. But they're not gonna get in trouble. But just on the fact of reputation, they don't want it out, man. Because sometimes they do shit so, you know.
And if you don't believe that, if you don't believe what Trinity's saying, all you gotta do is research Kamala Harris, our vice president.
Bam, yeah, they don't know about Kamala, man. And that's another thing, is Kamala talking that criminal justice reform shit right now because that wind is blowing. But when she was in Cali and she was whatever was the attorney general, whatever, man, there's a man on death row, man, and she had the goods to know that he didn't do it, man. And she sat on that, and she didn't move to save that man's life. At the time, it probably wasn't politically feasible. And that's another problem, man. So people making careers out of people's lives.
So Trinity,
yeah.
I want to get into you. This last half hour, I got you for another 30 minutes. So what I want to know is how is it that you only got to the 5th grade? How is it that you ended up? How did your life end up to the day of you in a store planning on robbing somebody and then getting charged with murder?
Okay. Well, first of all, just quick fact check. I'm not in here for murder or robbery. I'm in here for assault with intent to murder. Now I'll get into that. Sixth grade is because I was a little badass baby kid, man. A little white dude, grew up in a black neighborhood, sometimes in a Mexican neighborhood. Bad as hell, man. Chest out all the time, doing twice as much as anybody else, trying to show that because I'm white don't mean that I ain't with the shit. And I got in trouble all the time. Kicked out of schools, was in juvie, been to prison 3 times in Colorado where I'm from, and every time I played out because I did this shit. You know what I mean? Went in there, did my time, didn't cry about it. I really thought that's what you do in life. That's like college. You go to the pen. And I did that, bro. And as I matured and got older, I started realizing this shit is stupid. I ain't getting nowhere. None of us is getting nowhere. And I started, changing my way of thinking. The last time I was in the pen was for a flea in a halfway house. And while I was in there, I decided to come to Michigan. My mama had come to Michigan while I was in the pen in Colorado. So I was like, let me just roll out there, try to get a new start, man. Nobody knows me. I don't know nobody. And that's what I did. I shot out here. I had a wife. She came out here, set up shop, got a house, everything. I got a job, a good job. I wasn't in the streets. I wasn't selling drugs. I wasn't doing none of that bullshit. But what I was doing is I was still creeping around on my wife, fucking other women, going to nightclubs, hanging out, because I missed all that because I was in jail and I was too young, so I really didn't experience that. Even though it wasn't nothing to experience, but I didn't know that. I thought I had missed something. And that's what I was doing. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, what happened, I had been jumped 2-3 times already in Michigan. My parole officer seen me come lumped up, like, what the hell? So this particular time, everybody had a club, and they invited an after party to the house, a house of one of a girl who I used to creep with. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I stay there because I worked with somebody else that lived in the house, and we picked up our paychecks Friday morning. So I lived about an hour away, so I might stay there Thursday night and pick up my paycheck Friday, and then go to work Friday, and maybe even stay Friday night. So this is that type of scenario. So it's a bunch of people, maybe 40 people in this little house all come in. And at first, the people live there like, man, how y'all get out, man? Get the fuck out of here. There's no way, too many people. I don't even know who invited y'all. So we tell them, hey, leave, man. They don't want you here. Do that, they kind of change their mind, like, all right, it's straight. Just move this table, do this, that, and the other. So we do that. Now, I'm sitting there chilling. I've been to the pen too many times. I don't know nobody. So I'm not like the social butterfly. I just ain't, you know how it is when you've been to the pen. I'm just looking at everybody like, man, what these motherfuckers? Somebody's already talking about bringing the gun. All types of stupid shit. Like, do I need the Mac, dog? Like, no, you don't need the Mac. Just bring the pistol. I'm like, what the fuck? So they in there, man. Now, motherfuckers is the craziest shit, man. This dude, he challenging motherfuckers to rap battles. I know the guy, though. He's a white dude, too. And 8 Mile just came out. I don't know if that's his fucking inspiration, but he just does this shit all the time out of nowhere. Aggressive as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Just walking like, what? It just starts rapping at people. So they doing that a couple times. I'm like, hey, chill out, man. People don't really understand what you want, man. It's kind of weird for real, but just chill. So that shit blow over. Now, people drunk, man. They turned up whatever, and a fight break out. It's like 2 sides. It's 2 groups of people, all right? And they just get the brawl. I try to break it up, like, go outside, man, take that shit outside, do what you want outside, but don't tear these people's house up. Get the fuck on. And basically, the both sides got to stomping my ass out. So I'm up under the pile, dude on top of me, socking me up. I'm getting kick stomped, and somebody lets off, gets to shooting. Boom, 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 boom. Now, the dude on top of me, who's punching me, gets shot, and the other dude right beside him, who's stomping and kicking me, gets shot. Now, mind you, I'm right-handed, so this dude's on top of me. He gets shot on his left side. Boom, boom. Comes through his left side twice. The other guy got shot in the chest. So, another guy got pistol whipped or shot. We still don't know because nobody really figured out which one it was, but he had a wound on his head, So the party starts clearing out. I'm on parole from out of state. Have I seen shit like this? Unfortunately, I've seen shit like this. So it's time for me to get the fuck on. I don't live here. Everybody else getting on. Let's go. So I do that. I leave. Boom. Go home. Well, here they come. They come get me. I hear him telling my wife, like, is he here? The people are shot. You might as well go back to Colorado. He ain't never getting out of prison. This is what they saying before they even spoke a word to me, man.
Yeah.
Mind you, I ain't shooting nobody. I just got my ass beat. My face swole up, my hands swole up. I'm like, what? But I'm hearing this. So automatically I'm like, oh, shit, I'm cooked.
Yeah.
I have no choice. They said I did it. I'm through. So they come talk to me, this, that, and the other and shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's some stupid shit I did in the moment, but you don't think in the moment when it's survival instincts. As the guy, it's a guy pulling all of us up off the pile. I'm probably around middle of the pile, and it was a gun right there. I picked that bitch up. The bitch already empty or whatever. It's got blood all along, and so you could tell it was sitting in a puddle of blood. And I grabbed that bitch, man, and ran out with it, just thinking like, if it's in my hand, I ain't gonna get shot with it. But it's after all the shooting shit. You know what I'm saying? So, in retrospect, if I had clear sight, I wouldn't have did no shit like that because it looks bad. But that's what I did. You know what I mean? Because I'm grabbing that bitch so I don't get shot with it. Anyway, we go to court, whatever, man. Nobody says they seen me shoot anybody. A lot of people say all type of crazy shit in the beginning. The one man who was on top of me punching me told the truth in court. He's like, man, I was on top of this guy punching him and I got shot. I was acquitted on that one. The other man who got shot was drunk as a skunk. His blood alcohol turned out he was drunk as a skunk. He got shot. He said I shot him. I'm thinking too, like, why would this dude say this? Like, did they got something on him? Is he truly mistaken? Why would he say I shot him? All right. Well, they cooked me on him. I got found guilty. They gave me 40 to 70 years and 2 for the gun. Mind you, if I really would have done this in Colorado, it's self-defense. They wouldn't have charged me.
Mm-hmm.
Or if they did, I would have beat it. Even in Michigan right now, 2006, they passed a self-defense law. If I would have been the shooter, they wouldn't have charged me. If I wouldn't have been the shooter, I doubt they would have charged me with assault, intent to murder, because now that they got the self-defense law, it's a stretch. You know what I mean? But anyway, long story short, my lawyer don't bring up a lot of stuff, man, but you don't see this till you get your shit and start digging through it. Did you know the man that said I shot him, first of all, he was on probation at the time, okay, for drunk driving or whatever, felony probation. The day after he testified, he was released from probation. Literally the very next day. I dug all this up on my own because I'm trying to figure out, like, why would he say I did the shit? Okay, they got something on him. Now, that's circumstantial. I don't have proof of a paper giving him a deal or a threat, and I don't have him saying it or a prosecutor saying it, so that's nothing when it comes to the courts. That don't get it done, man. Another thing I come across in my paperwork, what my lawyer don't bring up, when they asked the man who shot you, he said tall with braids. They said, was he black or white? He said light-skinned. Now, this is a black man. Black folks don't refer to white people as light-skinned.
No.
Now, I ain't gonna lie, I had braids, but I'm still looking white as hell. You know what I mean? It's obvious I'm white. So he said this twice, 2 different times. They asked him on the scene, they asked him at the hospital a few days later. And both times, he said he was shot by a light-skinned man. Now, I never knew this until I'm already convicted in prison. My lawyer never challenged it, never brung it up. I had the people who owned the house found 5 witnesses, man, who said, I'll talk to them, I'll see what happened. It wasn't him, a black dude did the shooting, I seen it. They said, oh, they got their names and information, gave it to them, and they never talked to none of them. Like, oh, we couldn't find them. Now, if they was a prosecution witness, they would have found their ass. If they was against me, we couldn't find them. So there's never a witness on my behalf, and there's only one person saying they seen me shoot anybody, and that's the man who was on probation, who originally said he was shot by a light-skinned man with braids, who originally said that twice. And here I sit, bro, for 40 to 70 years and 2 for the gun. Now, what I have going for me in my mind is, man, there's 40 people there. Some people have seen it, but mind you, I'm not from this state. I didn't go over none of these people. I don't know these people. I don't know names of these people. So how do I find these people? It's hard. So through the years, you just come across people from there. Hey, man, you know this or that or whatever. Like,
it's a
yeah,
small
I think
world.
I know them. And, yeah, you try to network and see if you could track any of them down. And actually, in here talking, you've been to the joint, so you know what dudes in the day room, man, and the law library, anywhere we at, it's a common denominator. Somebody talking about their fucking case. Yeah. And I always do. I always be like, man, this some bullshit, man. I'll get my ass beat. I'll be breaking up a fight. Yep. Yeah, and so I'm talking about it to a guy, and matter of fact, to a guy that you're going to talk to later, John, and we're talking about it. You know, I ain't really saying no names of where it happened at. Matter of fact, I did say where it happened at Battle Creek, but I didn't say, like, the name of the person got shot, nothing like that. And then a few days later, dude come up to me, man, and pulled me to the side like, man, I was there. And he told me the name of the guy who got shot. I'm like, hold on, man. You there? You seen what happened for real? You was there? Like, man, I was there, man. I know that dude. I seen what happened, bro. Flat out. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, he from the streets. So now my next worry is, man, would you be willing to say? And he tell me flat out, like, I don't know the dude's name or who that was. I just know I seen it wasn't a white dude shooting. Period. I know that. So I'm like, well, would you be willing to say that or testify to that or anything? And he said, yeah, I'll be willing to do it. So, boom, we move forward with that. But here's the thing. These people, I'm trying to find more witnesses because these people look at it like, oh, well, he's in prison. You found a guy in prison. Well, where the fuck else I'm going to find a guy? This is where I'm at in prison. The only way I'm going to find a guy is if they come to prison and they happen to be somebody that was there or seen something. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah.
If I found some guy that's not in prison, how the fuck?
I went through the same thing. Same thing. I had a motion based on newly discovered evidence, right?
Exactly.
I had a motion based on newly discovered evidence, and I had two dudes, that were state inmates. I was federal. They were state inmates that overheard how these rats in my case were set. You know, just they were setting me up. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they came. Right, these dudes were on appeal for their cases, and they set aside their cases to come back to testify for me at my motion that they heard these people saying that. Now, these people were in jail as well. These are inmates as well. You know what I mean?
Right.
The judge ruled that my guys were inmates that were just trying to get off, you know what I mean? And they were trying to help me get off and beat the system, and they were unbelievable. But the other inmate was believable because he didn't have anything to gain. Come on, man, stop it.
Right, stop the bullshit. Guarantee he got something to gain.
Of course he does,
Guaranteed
man.
If them same two people would have came forward to say that you did kill somebody or do something, they would have believed them wholeheartedly.
Wholeheartedly, man.
You saying he did some shit? Guaranteed he did it. Yeah, sign right here. And that's the struggle, man, because that's another thing. Like, if you ask any lawyer, man, and if they're being honest, they'll tell you that once you're in the prison system, it's almost impossible to get out through the Court of Appeals or the appeal process, man, because they fight you tooth and nail. I don't care what you got, man. Remember I was telling you about about Sanchez Stewart, and the man that actually did it came forward and actually told him he did it. And it still wasn't, he was still getting shot down. But dig this. They say, well, you don't got nothing to lose because you got life in prison. Motherfucker, I do got something to lose. Like, it's just in people from the streets not to snitch on themselves even. Like, you just don't do that. But what outweighed that is this motherfucker ain't do this shit, man. And this shit is wearing on him, man. I'm just going to go ahead and let him know I really did this shit. But good news, while I was walking, talking to Demel yesterday, as soon as I'm done talking to Demel, a guy pulled up on me and told me, hey, man, Sanchez just got back, man. They just overturned this shit. Which is now I haven't confirmed this or heard anything from Sanchez or seen it or been to the law library yet, which I'm going to go later on today and check it out, see if the decision's on there to know for sure. But this guy don't see why he would lie. But what people don't know is, oh, that's great, he's getting out. No, the prosecutor's going to appeal that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's be tied up in the courts for some more months. And he's going to be in there for some more months. And they know he didn't do it, man. But they still just do not want to let it get away. And that's what they do every time, man. They do not want to let it get away when it's clear and present. It's just obvious that, okay, this is the wrong motherfucker. Let's let him go, man. And they just don't do it like that. I just don't. It's crazy, man.
I don't even understand. I honestly don't, because that happens frequently where the court will overturn a sentence and the prosecutor will appeal what the court just did. And this is what I'm trying to get everybody to understand. Again, I hate bringing it up, but the Bill Cosby shit, right? This was in America's face. Prosecutorial misconduct was in your face. This is what they do every day. They cut deals with each other. They work with each other to try to pull up a conviction, right? I feel bad for the victims in that case, but the victims need to be mad at the prosecutors. And I think that's what's happening, man. I think heat's starting to come down on them prosecutors for what they did, man.
Yeah. The prosecutor who retired told the next one up like, man, don't do that. That's gonna be a shitstorm. You know, I told him that we're not bringing this case so she could get the civil suit. So if you do that, it's gonna end bad. She did it anyway,
She
man.
did it anyway.
Knowingly, premeditated, knowingly, man.
Yep.
Because if she get that conviction, her career is up. Boom. But it
No question.
backfired.
No
It
question.
backfired. And people don't really understand. Oh, it's a technicality. It's not a technicality. They played dirty, man. They played dirty. And when we play clean, they don't want to let us out. But when they play dirty, they want to still keep us in here. But the real big picture of this, Thomas, is, see, people like you, people that's listening, these people need to be involved some way or another, man. Because we're going to sit in here all day because we're in here and we're going to talk about this shit. And a lot of times we're not going to be heard. Everybody don't have a voice. You know what I mean? But the whole thing is, people personally affected by the struggle, they might put forth. But we need people to hear us, man. People to hear us that don't have nobody in prison or don't really know about this stuff. Don't just listen to what I say and take that as fact. You know, the Buddha told everybody, put it to the test, man. The Buddha was telling people, just because I tell you something, and this is what I'm telling you is the way, or this will help you, don't just take that at face value. Take that and test it out, man. Put that theory to the test and see is it true. And if it's true, pay attention to what the truth is telling you, man. And that's what people got to do. But people don't understand that doing something important is usually the hardest things to do, man. It takes work, it takes effort, it takes a collective. It really does, man. And these prosecutors have a lot of power. But guess what? The people put these prosecutors in office. And when you go and vote for a president, you look at the president, but do you ever look down ballot? Do you look at these other people that you're voting for? Or do you even vote for them or know what they got going on or who these people are? Because that matters, man. That definitely matters. The congressmen, the senators, what are they in?
Well, the problem is, though, T, is you don't know, just like us, right? We don't know who our right hand man is until the heat gets put on them. You see what I'm saying? We don't know who these prosecutors are until they get up under that arm of power. Power changes people. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. You're right. But here's something my big homie Santa always told me, bro. The little things tell you about the big things. You might not know exactly who they gonna be. You see what I'm saying? When the shit come down. But it's little hints, man, like them little Reese's Pieces that E.T. followed. That's going to tell you, man. It's going to give you signs. Just like your man that you don't know who he is till the shit get thick. Once you look back, you're like, damn, it was hints, man. It was
Amen, man. Amen, man. I knew this dude was a bitch, man, but I chose to keep, you know what I mean? Amen.
And it's the same thing with their get down. What are they saying? What is it that you're going to be able to hold them accountable to? And then hold them accountable. You see what I'm saying? When we did the Active Magazine, #ActiveMagazine, man, we did a write-up on a woman that was running for prosecutor. Victoria Burton Harris, or if I'm saying it wrong, maybe it's Harris Burton, excuse me, but the thing she was saying, it was real stuff, man. She was really talking about this stuff, really trying to take a look at this stuff. But Kim Worthy is entrenched. Kim Worthy is the Detroit prosecutor. She is entrenched, man. She's got ties, political ties. She ain't going nowhere. But the thing is, people need to get tired, man. People need to get tired of being tired, and they need to put people in position that's putting forth solutions and really trying to fix the problems that's creating the problems. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what people have the power to do, is just people really be like, fuck it, man. It don't matter. The politicians going to do what they want. What does it matter who I vote for? They're all going to fuck us over. They're all going to try, man. But you know who them politicians give a fuck about? Them votes, man. So once you're a voter and you're a collective voting block, they're going to listen to your ass. They're going to at least hear you out. Maybe they're going to get on some shady shit because they do get on some bullshit. And the more their career go up, the more they forget about what they was talking about in the beginning. I seen it happen to Republicans, Democrats, all their ass. I seen it happen to people from the streets. The more richer you get, the more you get up here, the less you think about the struggle back there. You know what I'm saying?
It's almost like... It's almost like, dog, on the ballots, right? When it comes to voting, I'm sitting here thinking what you're saying, right? And it's almost like the prosecutors are probably one of the most powerful people on that ballot.
Guaranteed.
You see what I'm saying?
Guaranteed.
But yet it's still, the prosecutor is probably the most overlooked person on that ballot. You see what I'm saying? And I'm sitting there thinking, like, if I was to vote for a prosecutor, how would I vote for this prosecutor? You know what I'm saying? First and foremost, it would probably be by party, whether they're Democratic or Republican, conservative, liberal, and then I would just look at their conviction rate of how many convictions they have. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? And then if their conviction
Yeah.
rate was 99, 100%, I would say, well, damn, this person's a beast. I'm gonna vote for this person.
Right, right. And that's the problem. See, people also, people tribalize, compartmentalize everything, bro. So right away, Democrats is blaming Republicans. Republicans are blaming Democrats, or they say they both use when it's handy for them to use. Look at Bill Clinton with the anti-death penalty act. You know what I'm saying? In '96, they pushed that shit through. We could only have one appeal in the federal courts. But anyway, whatever works for them. So they blame each other, but it's not a Republican problem. It's not a Democratic problem. It's an American problem, man. It's people from Republican families, Democratic families. Of course, a lot of people in the hood or in the poor areas lean Democratic for different reasons or another. You understand what I'm saying? But it's everybody's problem, man. Republicans, if you want to look at it, it's a money issue. If you're fiscally responsible, you should not be throwing away and wasting money at shit that don't need it. Once again, don't worry about the correction officers' jobs. They're going to have jobs. I promise you, it's the circle of life, man. If I get out today, it's going to be 10 dudes lined up to come in here, and they ain't ready to figure it out yet that they need to tighten up and get out the bullshit and get out the streets. So you're going to have people filling beds, man, until their time come for them to do their little metamorphosis. So that's not a problem. People going to have their jobs. But at the end of the day, you don't have to just push it, load this bitch up, just spend so much money, on housing and warehousing, and really nothing to fix the problem. Before we do go, I just want to tell people, man, if y'all ain't up on Maya Moore, y'all need to look into her, man. She was a WNBA player, played for the Yukon Huskies, played on the United States Olympic team at the height of her game, man. Stepped away from the game to get involved with a dude, Jonathan Irons was his name, out of Missouri, and a friend of her family, and she advocated for this dude, man. He was wrongfully convicted. It was a Brady violation, meaning that the prosecutor knew something that could, some exculpatory evidence, meaning that some evidence that could show his innocence, and they withheld it. They snuck it. They brushed it under the carpet so they could still cook him. And they went at him, and it took years, man. And Maya, she stepped away from the game. She advocated, man, and this man went home in 2019. They got married. But on ESPN, they got documentaries called 30 for 30, and they spoke on it. Demel was just telling us about her speech she gave at the ESPYs, and we just out there talking about it. I went in, and here's a rerun of the ESPYs, and then that 30 for 30, man. And she said some powerful things, man, and she showed you that she's not from the streets. She's from middle-class black family, grew up different than this Jonathan Irons dude. But, man, she saw the humanity in it and the inhumanity in what happened to him, man, and just how easy it was for him to be forgotten. And people like Maya Moore, people like even you, Jonathan, people like Kim Kardashian, they got a platform, man. They up there, and I respect and I appreciate that they, look into this stuff. But you don't have to be a Maya Moore or a Kim Kardashian. Anybody, man, could put forth an effort and look into this stuff. Really look at what's going on. Just if you look and you dig, man, you're gonna uncover some shit, and you're gonna be like, "What in the fuck is going on?"
No question. No question. Hey, T.
Hey,
Listen.
yeah,
The last couple minutes, right? I want you to send some messages for the kids, right? I want you to explain to the kids that are out here doing the things that you were doing at the ages that you were doing at. And at the end of the day, right, I need these kids to understand that if Trinity would have been in his house, you know what I'm saying? In his house,
right.
studying, reading books, getting ready for school, things of that nature, he wouldn't even be in the position that he's in. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
Not only that, man,
how do we reach those kids in that fashion?
It's not only that, bro, but especially like where I grew up, everybody's always telling you what you can't do, man. Any idea you have that ain't cool or ain't within that little script of what our get down is, man, you can't do that. You can't do that. You'll never do that. Man, don't listen to that shit, man. Let that shit be fuel, man. If you have an innovative idea, man, think that shit out. Put it forth, man. You can do shit. Motherfuckers could be more than a basketball player, more than a rapper, man. And I used to say it all the time. Coming from where I come, motherfucker ain't got no options. Man, Chauncey Billups came from where I'm from, man. Don Cheadle came from where I'm from Park Hill, Denver, Colorado, man. This motherfucker actor. This motherfucker's the coach of the Portland Blazers and the Trail Blazers. You got options, but it's choices. And I get it, man, because a lot of people don't really have that father figure or that guidance, man. And that's what you feel like when you're looking up to some of the older homies and they're into bullshit, man. You really put your life in their hands. Now, you got to know who you surround yourself, man, and who you following and who you paying attention and who you emulating. Because what you think is happening right now, man, that's going to fuck you over in the long run if you ain't paying attention, man. Because I'm going to tell you like this. Everybody think what everybody does is cool, but I'm going to tell you who motherfuckers really look up to. The people outside the box, man. The people that do them and don't really give a fuck what the rest of the people think. That's what everybody want to be like, for real. Whether they admit it or not, like, damn, I wish I just didn't give a fuck about how everybody perceived me or whatever. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, man, a lot of that shit is, bro, we don't have nobody. A lot of our daddies in jail or dead or alcoholics and raised by grannies and whatever, and we come together and a lot of us as kids raising each other. We don't know no better. We trying to figure this shit out, man. But it's people. It's people. And a lot of the role models now, the people that do know better, that been there, like me, that could tell them right from wrong or show them a different way, are stuck in here, man. You get what I'm saying? We're not there to guide them, so they not getting no guidance. And they out there turned up, man, and they acting a fool, and the shit ain't no video game, man. When people die, they don't get another life. They not coming back, man. And when you come to prison, man, you stuck in this bitch. And it ain't about, oh, you get that or you get this. Man, none of that shit. All that shit a person can figure out. But what you can't figure out, man, is when you call your people and they don't answer, you wonder, are they alive, man? Or you wonder they get a car, you wonder all type of stupid shit. Because you just tend to do that shit in here. Like, damn, are they straight? Are they all right? Or when ain't nobody writing you, or you just can't do the little simple shit, man, or it just hit you one day like, I ain't never getting out of this motherfucking, man. That shit's real, man, and that's just a wake up, and you don't want to wake up to that shit, man. You feel me? So at the end of the day, a man gonna be a man, and of course, if you're in a rough area, people try to harm, put their hands on you, you're going to defend yourself. But don't go into life like everything is a defend yourself situation, man. Focus on you and know that you can. People going to tell you what you can't do all the time, man. Even my own people, they don't mean no harm in it. Man, you can't put together no album, man, or some people, some rappers, man. You can't put together no magazine, man. You can't put together no cookbook. You can't put together this. I'm going to put together, if I can, I'm going to try. Shit. You know what I'm saying? And eventually, you're going to see that you can do stuff, man. And what experience is the more things you do, you gain that experience and you gain confidence because you learn how to wiggle out of shit, man. Like, and I don't mean wiggle out of trouble. I mean wiggle out of scenarios where shit happens in business and life, everything. And you realize it ain't all over, man, because I can figure this out. All I got to do is keep my cool, remain calm. But I'll tell you this one more thing is I'm an example of. I got out the streets, I was working, I was doing my thing, and it wasn't what I was doing, bro. It was still situations I was putting myself in. I'm still going to the club. I'm still around people with guns. And I'm still doing shit that a grown man shouldn't really have been doing, man. I'm sitting at home with my wife like a grown man supposed to do, living my life and living for me and for my family. That's what I should have been doing, but I wasn't. So even though I wasn't out here trying to harm nobody and didn't harm nobody or none of that shit, I still am responsible for putting myself in a fucked up position while I'm on parole, man. What the fuck am I doing at a club? What the fuck am I doing in a house party? You see what I'm saying? Where people are drinking, smoking weed. Be conscious of what you put yourself into and the situations you put yourself into. Because there's consequences and repercussions for that shit. And you're going to live with them, period. If you're willing to live with them, then live with them. And that's really what I can say to the kids in just a quick, short amount of time.
Man, that was beautiful, T, man. For real, man. That just you talking about, man, that shit brought tears to my eyes, man. Because, again, something you can't explain is the anxiety and the fear of just looking out your cell and seeing the chaplain in the dorm with you, knowing that your parents are elderly, knowing that you've been trying to call and you ain't got no answer. And now there's only one reason why the chaplain's in there. You know what I'm saying? So at least that's what we know. The chaplain may have just came to ask if he buying the dude lunch. You know what I mean? We don't fucking know. But the point is the anxiety and the fear. You know what I'm saying? It just
It's harsh, bro. I lost both my parents in here. In Colorado, I lost my daddy. Quick story. Chaplain called me, and I'm like, man, I ain't even, in church like that, a Christian. I would kind of roll with the Buddhist stuff, and dog, like, man, go see him. Another prisoner. But man, I ain't got to go see them. I'm young, and they like, go see him, bro. It's important. And I knew my daddy was sick. The chaplain told me my mama died. I'm like, what? I got on the phone with my brother, like, no, mama straight, daddy died. You know what I'm saying? That same shit about the chaplain. Then here, my mama passed a couple of years ago, man. I was real close to her, man. She's the world to me. But at the end of the day, she knew I didn't do this, but she didn't get to see me get out, man. And I didn't get to be there, you know, to help pay for the funeral. They had problems with that, man. We had to really do a GoFundMe, and people that, you know, got love for me helped with that. Some people from prison, man, really helped for that. Shout out to them, too, man, for really doing that. But at the end of the day, we losing people that we never getting back, man. And when I get out and when I prove that this some bullshit, I didn't do this shit, and the truth come out, man, ain't nobody gonna be thinking about me tomorrow like, oh, that's messed up, he was in it for that time. And then people that I left now has moved on and passed on, man, and changed form to another life, and I ain't gonna see them no more. And that's a reality, man. That's some shit that and you wonder every day who's gonna be next, cause you been here like, damn, who else? You know, I still got some homies that still off in there, man. They still off in them streets like that. And they know I ain't really got my mind on that, but shit can happen, man. I've lost them. I lose them all the time. You don't never know who you talk to for the last time, Thomas. And that's a fucked up feeling. But it's like that in life, period, not just in prison, man. It's just hard when it's just amplified in here. Once you get thoughts, man, this shit amplified in thoughts. You get to thinking some bullshit. So I just try to stay positive with it. But yeah, man. You're right on point with that.
Yeah, T, man. You know, that shit. I feel your pain, brother, man. I really do, man.
I appreciate it.
I hate that you gotta go back to this fucking cell, man.
It's all right, bro. Cause I'm gonna tell you what, that ain't no cell, homie. That's a lab. So I'm going back to that lab. I'm creating freedom, man, and I'm creating whatever I can that's positive. This shit don't gotta define me. I'll define this shit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, partner. That's what I'm talking about, man. The hell
That's the truth, bro.
Yeah.
And that's the type of people I'm around, like-minded type of people, man. And you're gonna speak to a couple of them here coming up shortly, man. Demel, man, this man can speak, man. He's a good dude. He's on the board of the National Lifers, man. And he got a message, man. That man could talk. And John, man, his story is incredible, bro. Just the mere mention of his name brings out trolls, man. People
listen, man. Listen, man. There's this chick that's been, and I forgot to mention it to you, man. But this chick has been already on the last one that you and I did. She's coming out talking about John is guilty. He deserves to be where he's at. He was eating people like on sandwiches or some crazy stuff. Like whatever was in this documentary, right? Is what she was. So.
Yeah, and that girl, bro. What she didn't tell you, she tried to holler at him on JPay, and he didn't holler back, flirty wise. What she also didn't tell you is she's not even from this state. She don't know none of the people involved, man. She's just telling you what she's seen on TV. But that's how that go, man. Can't nobody get riled up about that. People uneducated or they do what they do for whatever reason, man. But if you want to know some things, ask, man. I'm open for discussion. I ain't got no problem with it, neither does he, man. If I'm saying something, if I'm speaking on something, you can always come to me, and I'm not going to, turn up on you just because you asked me a question. That's what communication is, and that's how shit gets solved, man, through communication. That's how you put forth solutions or you get understanding. So anybody got questions for me, go ahead and ask me, man. I ain't got no problem with it. I'm going to be respectful. I ask you to do the same, though. Don't come like an asshole. I'll be an asshole back or just ignore you.
Amen.
So that's all that is. But
so how
these people, go ahead.
How are they gonna do this, homie? What are they taking you out and then they're gonna bring Demel in? Am I staying on the phone? Do I gotta call back? Do you know?
I really don't know, man. I assume they're gonna come tell me or come get me because, to be honest, they was kind of in the dark. The communication, which happens with bureaucracies, wasn't all the way on point. You know what I'm saying? So, but they figured it out to their credit. They could have been like, we don't know what the fuck you talking about. This shit ain't on schedule. Get on. But they jumped on there. The sergeant jumped on the phone, and he got to the bottom of it. He figured it out. They put me in here and made it happen. So I'm assuming that Demel should be up there, if count's clear or not. And as soon as he get here, I'm assuming they're going to come get me, and they're going to switch us out because they got us back to back. Literally, as soon as my call out ends, Demel's on. As soon as Demel ends, John is on. Yeah. Demel got a saying, too, man. It's called free people, free people. And this is something he started. You can hashtag free people, check it out, man. And what he's saying in that, he's saying a few things, and he could explain it better than me. One of the things he's saying is people in the world, free people that are free, it takes them to free people in here. We need y'all, man. We can't do this. If we could do it by ourselves, people would be out, man. You know what I'm saying? But it takes people out there to give a fuck and to care and to get activated, man, and be involved. Free people, free people. It also means, he explained to me, is be free to be yourself, man. Be free to be who you are, not who you think everybody wants you to be. That shit don't help shit, man. Listen, man, I'm from the hood. They make fun of me because I listen to classic rock and roll just like I listen to rap music, man.
Me too,
Like,
man. Me too.
Hey, but I fuck with it, man. But you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, that's just who I am, and people love me for who I am. And once you're yourself, people know you, and they can care about you. They can love you, man. Once you always got a mask on, they don't know who the fuck they're supposed to be loving or hating or whatever, man. So at the end of the day, be free to be yourself too is another part of it, man. And Demel he's gonna explain it, and he's gonna get to it. Now, as far as your question, I really don't know because I'm in this room by myself, bro. So there's no way I could go like leave up out of here. So once again, like I said, I'm assuming they will come get me, and I don't know if I just put the phone down and roll out, or if you do call back, or you know what I mean. I don't know how that works, and it also matters like who knows if count clear yet, because count should be clear right around this time.
Yeah, I forgot you were counting in there.
Yeah, so until count clear, usually clears right around now, any minute now. So when count clear, then Demel will come up here, and then they'll probably swap us out.
Yeah. I remember that because that's what I told the lady. I said, well, let me get Trinity during count because I always wanted to get out of the room for count. Well, you got a celly? John is your celly, ain't he?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Where I'm at, it ain't cells. It's something called a cube. It's like a pole barn type thing. So it's 8 bunks in there. So it's like I got 8 cellies. But it's really 7 of them. Cause one of them, they keep the bunk empty. So it's 7 of us in there, and there's not no door, or it's only a half wall in the front. So you're really in a whole building with everybody. I look across, I'm seeing 7 other people, and look down here, 7 more people, down there, 7 more people. So you really, it's kind of, sometimes you'd rather have a cell and have that privacy, but it really don't matter to me, bro, because wherever I'm at, man, I just create my own, you know what I'm saying, peace of mind or whatever. I don't really let none of that get to me. And unfortunately, I done did too much jailing, man. Like I hope the people out there don't think I'm sitting here trying to act like I'm some type of. I was fucked up, man. I was a badass kid and a badass young man, and I was doing a lot of bullshit, man. Flat out, yep, it was me. Who's that white dude sliding through the hood on some bullshit? It was me, bro. That's true. But that ain't who I always been, man. I'm more than the worst thing I've ever done. You understand me? So, like, I was starting to change, and that last time I got out the joint, bro, that's why I came to another state. I had a job. I probably doing the best I ever did in my life, man, and probably one of the worst things that ever happened to me in my life happened to me at that time, bro, which is just a little more of a dagger. Like, it just hurts a little more because of that. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? It's still, I keep my chin up, I keep my head up. But I'm not trying to sit here like I've never done no wrong in my life. I've created a prejudice for myself. I created a record, man. And I did a lot of those things on that record, most of them. So when it comes time to something I didn't do, they looking at my past like, yeah, he probably did that shit. If not, he done did a lot of other shit, so fuck it. You see what I'm saying? And that's something that, looking back, like, damn, it came back to haunt me, man. A lot of people are born with a prejudice. They born with a certain skin tone or whatever, and automatically they got a prejudice on them. But I kind of created mine. But this record is just, I did that shit. And that's another thing I want to say. When I went to court, bro, every time I went to court, I did that shit, bro. I pled guilty, man. I own that shit, just like I do here. If I'm wrong and the CO write me a ticket, I don't argue that shit because I did. I tell them flat out, yeah, you right, man. I was on some bullshit. I did it. Give me what I got coming.
Yeah. Dudes like us, man. We took our white privilege, put it in an envelope, put that shit in the mailbox, and mailed that shit back to whoever the fuck sent that shit.
I didn't know that shit existed, man. Till later on, like I must have been using it wrong because this shit ain't never worked out for me, man. It was always
the hell is everybody talking about white privilege, man? What the hell is this shit they talk about, man?
White privilege? They on my white ass, man. Like, man, I'm catching a flux. Like, I didn't know it was a privilege. You know what I mean? But that shit does exist, though, bro. I guess it just depends on where you at or where you came up. It didn't work out so good for me, man. But it's still scenarios where I notice it as older, like, whoa. Now, when they came and arrested me, if I was black, I'd be dead than a motherfucker. I bet you anything, bro.
Oh, no question about that.
Yeah, I was acting an ass, so. I mean, it does come into play. I just didn't know when I was little, man, because it kind of was the opposite way on me. You know what I mean? And where I'm from, the neighborhood I'm from, a lot of people outside of it look down on me. A lot of shit, like, man, you from there, like, it's like, man, if you born in Mexico, you a Mexican. You didn't, that ain't your fucking problem. You didn't make that happen.
Yeah.
This is the demographics, man. This is where I'm from. So I'm not going to turn my back or act like I ain't. I'm proud of where I'm from. I'm not proud of the shit I've done to where I'm from, but I'm proud of being from there, bro, and I got work to do. I got work to do to make that place better and other places better. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, definitely, definitely, yeah, that shit ain't worked out in my favor, bro. That white privilege. And hey, we was talking about it too. Like, man, Thomas be going for 4 hours with Kenzu, man. They be getting it in. That's a long convo, man. 4 hours, bro. Y'all,
Man,
y'all,
we talk
I gotta
about
get y'all.
man, we talk about man, we talk about politics, we talk about UFOs, we talk about all this racist crap going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But the most
yeah,
thing, the biggest thing for me, right, is to allow the world to hear how you and I, Temujin and I, and all these other ones can have intelligent conversations. Like, we're not stupid people. We know what's going on in
right,
the world. You know what I mean? We can carry a
yeah,
conversation. You know what I mean? Just because I
exactly,
speak like this, just because Trinity speaks like this, that don't make us stupid people. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
guaranteed, bro.
it's just about, you never know who you're gonna meet. You know what I mean? And
You
just
never do, bro.
because you meet this person in a certain environment that's been told to you to be a certain way, you automatically judge this person. But at the end of the
Right,
day, this is a human being, and there's no other person on the planet like this individual or their experiences. And for me, I just,
right,
you know what I'm saying? That intrigues me.
yeah,
Like I be seeing people, man, who are you, and what the hell have you been through?
right. Cause people, yeah, cause everybody been through something, bro. They
Everybody been
definitely
through
have.
something, man.
And that's why I say too about the course too. Like, you can't just say this is this regardless. Like, shit is situational, man. Every person that gets killed is not the same situation. Maybe he was trying to kill me and I defended myself. Maybe I was fighting. He hit me. I hit him. He fell down, hit his head, and died. Like, it shouldn't be across the board. If somebody dies, you go to prison for life. You see what I'm saying? It's like, people got to understand situations, man. Shit is situational, and that got to be taken in. They say they take it into account, but they really don't, man. They really don't. But it's like you said, everybody got a story, and people look at people and they prejudge all the time, man. They do. Oh, this guy just wants to be this. They don't really understand. Like, I don't think I'm not white. That would be fucking insane.
Yeah.
I just got some type of draw, and
because
I don't really even know
because you
what
got
the
to
fuck is
draw,
up with
you
my
like to wear
accent.
your hair in braids. You got some
Yeah,
black influence
yeah,
because you was raised in the hood, but now you don't want to
right.
be white. You want to be black.
Right, but what they don't understand is I got an advantage, man, because I was raised around in a Mexican neighborhood back and forth. I was raised in my hood, a black hood. I've been around white folks. I've been around everybody, man. I'm like the United Nations around this bitch. I could sit down and conversate with anybody and be me and be comfortable, and we could chop it up and really talk about some shit. And
Amen.
that's what people ain't really able to do, and people need to be able to do, man, because that little I want to say political correctness, man, is almost a problem. I mean, you don't want to hear what every single asshole is thinking, but in the way you do, man, because you want to know who the fuck you dealing with. And
Amen.
if they too scared, and if they too scared to say anything, see, that's another thing, like an advantage I have, man, because I'm gonna say what I say, and people know I come from a place where, okay, he been through some shit. He done had front row seats to this shit. So I'm not gonna shy away. Oh, if I say this and that, you know what I mean? I'm gonna speak on it, and I could do that. Now another white person might catch the flux behind that shit. You know, you know what the fuck you talk about, and jump down their throat. But at the end of the day, you gotta allow people to speak, man. Oh, you should always keep it respectful, but people shouldn't have to be in fear of any little thing they say, because you'll never get to the bottom of nothing. You'll
Let
never
me
get to
ask
know
you.
nobody.
Let me ask you
Go
this
ahead.
here on what you're saying. Prison politics, man. Right. So
Right,
just so the world could understand, right? If
right,
I'm your celly, or
right,
maybe the celly's not a good one, but let's just say I come and I steal something from you, right?
right,
Nobody sees me steal anything from you, but you know that I'm the one that stole the stuff from you, right?
right.
Can you come attack me just based off of what you know?
well, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but at the end of the day, you're going to see who are you, who's your people, and a lot of times you're going to take it to them first. Hey, man, what's up with this, man? It just depends on the person you are or the politics you're going to play. Now, you got some loose cannons that's just going to do what they want. But at the end of the day, if you don't know, your people probably going to be like, man, you gotta know before you know what I mean? Whoever's around you, like, man, you can't just go off some shit. You don't have no proof. You don't have no facts.
Right.
Who are you, the courts?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So the point, right? The point of what Trinity and I is saying is you have cars, which we've discussed before, right? You have groups. So
right.
Trinity may be part of another group. Now, if we're in the same group, it may be a different story. But if Trinity's a gang member, right, or in another group,
or religion or whatever, yeah, just friends.
Right. I just cannot just walk up and just attack this man because other people are gonna be like, well, what the hell's going on? Why you attack this dude? Well, he stole my shit. Well, how do you know he stole your shit? You know what I mean? Did you see him? How do you know it was him? And if I can't answer that, I'm just going off assumption, right? Then there's gonna be repercussions that come back on me. And the reason why I say that is because this is what we do out in society. We're running around making accusations against people without any factual evidence. We're calling people racist. We're calling people murderers. We're calling people these things just because it may appear that way. You see what I'm saying? But that's not really what it is.
Do your research, shit. That's what motherfucker got. Motherfucker don't research shit, man. And you can't do no bias research. You got to research it from every angle. You can't just tell the same people that's already saying this shit and go listen to more of what the fuck they saying. Check it all out. Get all the information and then make a decision. But you're right, man. The fucked up thing is we probably better politicians than the politicians. Mm-hmm. If it was up to us to get shit done, and here we get shit done, man. Motherfuckers stop. It's people, not me per se, but it's people that they keep knuckleheads from jumping shit off. Keep the people. Motherfuckers don't want to be living in turmoil in this bitch all the time. You see what I'm saying? You got people that show God, hey, man, think this shit through. What are you talking about? Make this shit make sense. And if you can't make it make sense, then it ain't gonna work. So it's like you said, man, people know that's one thing we have to do in here is we have to communicate and we have to, you know what I mean, have some type of sense about ourselves and really have to deal with the politics. And it's crazy because the actual politicians act like gangs, man. They don't give a fuck what you say. If you're for it, they're against it. Period. It don't matter if it helps everybody in the world. Oh, you're for it? I'm against it. Period. And that's fucked up. It's fucked up when a bunch of prisoners who everybody look down on could do a better job at getting results and with the political shit than the motherfuckers who's been voted into office, man, who are acting like thugs and gang members. I ain't trying to be biased on one side or the other, man. Republicans, they act like gang members, and so do Democrats, man. They tribal as fuck. And it's not, it's one country, man. It's one nation. There's many states that make up one, man. And motherfuckers need to do shit for the nation, man. And really get together and figure this shit out, man, because if all you do is take your stance and stand on that and gridlock everything, ain't everybody suffering. Ain't nobody winning, man. That shit is stupid, man. You in there to solve issues. Get in there and solve that shit. You're going to have to give something, you're going to have to give something. It's a little push and pull, man. I really hope I'm not cutting into Demel time.
What is what I was cutting? Are you tied down? Do they got you shackled to the chair?
No, I ain't. No. This not that type of level. But what it is this an old visitor room. Ain't nothing in here but me and a phone. And there's no COs nowhere.
What if you knock on the door?
If I knock on the door, they might hear, but the control center around and down the hall, and maybe if they're listening in, maybe they'll just notify somebody that if Demel's out there, they could bring him in or something like that, because I'm sure they're listening in. But I could try to go knock on the door. Hold on real quick while I go try to knock on the door and see what happens there.
Okay, at least if you find out, because they might be tied up with count.
Yeah, they might. It's usually clear by now, though, but let me see. Hold on.
And let my people go, man. Let these people go, man. Man, you know how productive this man could be out in society for real? Come on, man. Stop it.
Yeah, I'm kind of at the mercy of these people right now. We kind of are, bro. Like, I don't want to just not chop it up and waste the opportunity. opportunity, but I really want y'all to hear from Demel, so I hopefully they get that figured out, man. Cause hey, the brother, man, me, I'm not gifted at public speaking, or I'm figuring this shit out as I go. I've always been like, didn't want no attention, and
No, you've been great, man. You've been great, man. You really.
yeah, I'm figuring it out. Like I just do it. I just jump off into it. But hold on, real quick. Try to catch somebody walking by, but he just kept going. It's just getting it done. Once I push play, I'm gone. I'm all gas on this bitch, but there's always a little nerves. Or listen, man, I could be innocent as fuck, and if the police pull me over, I get to sounding guilty like I did everything because I don't know. That comes to talking about shit. Just chopping it up one on one with the people, that's easy.
Yeah.
But put me in front of a crowd, I had to work on that, bro. But like I say, it's just I just jump over them hurdles, man. I figured it out. That's all you can do. And I definitely got a message, so I definitely want to communicate my message. In order to do that, I got to talk. And the more people that listen, the better. So fuck whatever my hang-ups is about it. But this brother, he good, man.
I know he's back there too. I know. Cause y'all were chomping at the bits, huh? I know y'all were like waiting for today.
Man. We last night once they had confirmed that we want to do it, man. We was all out, all three of us, man, talking to each other, man, smiling and like, just talking about.
So I know he's back there right now. Like, man, I'm supposed to be up there.
Guaranteed, he probably up here. Hold on, let's see if I catch him.
Y'all bear with this. This is what we got to go through, man. This the inconsistencies and even though they're helpful and they want to do these things, and such, but
see what I need to do is catch somebody going. Oh, here we go. Boom, we got one. Should I just leave the phone off? All right, I'm gone, man. Y'all have a good one. Here comes Demel, man. I appreciate you, Thomas, and I appreciate you people for listening.
One love, man.
Yeah, all right, bro. Thank you.
Damn, man. I hate that crap. So now we're waiting on Demel Dukes.
Yep, hello?
Hello, Mr. Demel.
Hey, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Man, I'm blessed, man. How are you?
I'm dealing with it, man, one day at a time, and thriving under strenuous circumstances and conditions.
Yeah, so we're gonna get into that, man. So, you and I have never touched bases. I have no knowledge of who you are, what's going on with you. So please enlighten us, man.
Okay, my name is Demel Dukes. I've been incarcerated for 20 calendar years. I was born and raised on the west side of Detroit. I'm serving a life without the possibility of parole for a conviction that I received in 2001 as a result of a robbery homicide. I was found out guilty of a felony firearm. Me and my two co-defendants were subsequently given life without the possibility of parole. I always like to define myself as not that tragic incident that happened that day. Very unfortunate, and I would never downplay the taking of a life. At the same time, that's not who I am, and I dare to say that's not who my co-defendants are. We are not those persons that basically got those convictions. And a little bit about myself, since I've been in prison, man, I hit the ground running. Not only just law library trying to get this time up off me, but to live in a way that reflects all that I've said in the way of not being that person. So, I'm really, really passionate about perspective. I'm really passionate about, how I'm received. At the same time, I know once you get that kind of sentence, man, you pretty much locked into what the documents say. Documents being, charging documents, commitment of sentence to prison, your file and stuff like that. So I'm really, really big on trying to speak for myself and change the narrative to really, let people know that this is not who I am. And I'm a father of four. My son was 5 years old when I left. He'll be 25 on the 16th. So I think that's Friday coming up. My youngest baby girl was 2 months when I left, man. She just turned 20, and we were talking about her prom last year, and her sister before her. They are 9 months apart. So my middle child is 21 years old, and we were talking about how my middle child was able to have a prom, and then COVID, and my youngest child couldn't, and just dealing with that, and her disappointment. So I have a vested interest in society, not just because of selfish reasons for my family, but the environment that my children are in and have grown up in without me being there, man. So without all of the pleasantries, just keep it funky, man. I'm a regular person who just did some fucked up shit some years ago, but that's not who I am. That person is long gone. The 42-year-old that's on the phone right now talking to you, man, is suffering from what the 22-year-old did, and society at large.
So can we talk a little bit about the 22-year-old for a bit?
Absolutely.
What kind of lifestyle did Demel have that led to the decisions that 22-year-old made?
The lifestyle, see, 20 years, this is, to get into it, I'm going to say normal, but that normal is relative, because the 22-year-olds today are so different, and especially since I have 21, 20, 25-year-old, as children. So, the life that I lived then, we were trying to be older than what we were, yet at the same time, we were still young adolescents. And what was going on in my mind's eye was, I would imagine, in most 22-year-olds, that you got it all figured out, but you're not even conscious of not knowing shit. You know that you've got a perspective, but at the same time, you don't want to let the world know that you haven't got it figured out, so you put this bravado up. So the lifestyle that I was living was, since sometimes I work, sometimes I might not work, I would hustle. I grew up on the west side of Detroit, where, hustling and working was, synonymous. I know guys that worked at Chrysler but still, did things on the side. So any way that you can, as we used to say back then, get it how you live. And my morals and my values were just like that, whereas now, I can have certain firm convictions, but back then, man, I was still figuring it out, and not being honest with the world and myself, and not having it all figured out, whatever the day would bring. And that's what led to the decisions that I made at that time. And I don't want to be flippant about, some of the harm that I've caused, but to be very, very honest, that's exactly what was going on with me, man. It was day to day.
Yeah, and the reason why I ask these questions is to log them, because this is it's the common theme of all of us.
Yeah.
Me, I done 13 and a half years in the federal system, for conspiracy to distribute 5 kilos or more of cocaine.
Right.
There was never no coke. There was never no evidence of anything other than a bunch of kids that I grew up with. All of us grew up together, and like you say, I'm just day to day. I'm hand to mouth. I'm just trying to pay my bills.
Right.
And figure out who I am. I'm just a kid. I was 20, 24, 25 at the time. And
Right.
and again, like you say, I'm thinking I'm a grown adult, and I'm trying to establish this family and all of these things, and yet I don't even know how to bring money into the house legally.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And
yes, sir. I know exactly what you mean, bro.
and then I get caught up in this here, and then my friends that I thought were my friends all turn on me and send me away, and then
Right.
it's not only it was not until years later that I realized that I had so many more options other than the ones that
Right.
I thought that
Right.
it was all that I had. But because I was
Right.
surrounded by like-minded people, I guess. You,
Yes.
you know what I mean? I just
Absolutely. I know exactly what you mean.
I didn't know that I had options, and I didn't have the proper. I don't want to say I didn't have, because my father was in my life the whole time, so it's not like I didn't have a father or a role model or anything like
Same
that.
way. I'm the same way, man. Just real quick to resonate with you on that, man. My pops just turned 60 years old the other day, man. We had a
Bless his
very
heart.
groundbreaking conversation. You see what I'm saying? And so I grew up the same way. My mother and my father still married to this day, man. Thank Allah. You know what I'm saying? So So, oftentimes it's not the stereotypical, broken home type thing. Man, things happen to people who otherwise have support. So, like you say, you didn't know that you had the options. But I want to get in there and jump in to say this, that it seems to me that forgiveness, when it comes to those who might not have means and influenced by the way of parents and family affiliation, when it comes time for second chances, it's something to be, it's sparse, man. It's not, they're not giving you that shit straight away as they would for someone who may have a person that's of influence. And now you talking about justice and equality and equity. How do you reconcile that? So when you talking about understanding who you are now or who you were back then as the adult that you are now, we have to fight to say, hey man, we were like those who are worthy of a second chance, but we just don't have those means. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there because that's very, very human.
Yeah, well, no, there's no question, and what you speak of is 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 the one of the 48 laws of power, right? I don't know if you're familiar.
Yes,
So
I am. I'm
so
shining the master.
well, not only that, but we know it's human nature that you're always going to remember the bad that somebody
Right,
causes.
right,
Right. We are always going to remember the pain that somebody caused us. We'll forget tomorrow the
absolutely,
good that they've done for us. But
absolutely.
if they've done bad, we're going to remember that for the rest of our lives. That one time
Right,
this person lied to
right,
us. That one
right.
time that this person stole from us. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely,
So
absolutely,
these are the things that we have to understand, that we automatically are doing this and we have to check ourselves. You know what I
absolutely.
mean?
Yeah, it's just ironic that you say that because I was just reading this book by Oprah and forget the doctor's name, Dr. Perry, something like that. It's called "What Happened to You," and they broke down in there implicit bias and racism. And implicit bias, for all intents and purposes, we all have them by being a human being. If you're interpreting or encountering someone new, then obviously a little bit of a defense is going to go. Well, wherein racism is more thought out. It's it might be irrational thought, but it's thought altogether. So when you talk about automatically having a little bit of an apprehension about somebody or a group of persons, this comes to us by nature. But the problem becomes when someone paints that perception for a group of persons, and then you can't or unwilling to think outside the box. And you're talking about people who, for all intents and purposes, are underdeveloped young people. You're putting a period on their life, yet you're sending them to a system that reinforces the idea that this is who they are, but in a negative being in prison and meeting a lot of different quote unquote nationalities and different people. Listen, man, racism has its tentacles all over the globe, but it has a special brand in America. See, Americans, whether you're black, white, red, yellow, or brown, have this unnecessary myopic view of the world. In other words, to say mom watching CNN is getting her mind and the imaging of black people through CNN, and it reinforces the idea that we might not want to interact. However, you have different places on this planet where people interact, and the racism is acted out differently and for a different reason when it comes to resources, when it comes to advantages in the society, but not just off of, a casual acquaintance and interaction with one another. So what I'm saying is, man, when we don't know one another, when we don't have an opportunity to have a person like you, man, to provide a channel for us to voice our opinions and then say, hey, man, know me. You know what I'm saying? If I didn't get a chance to meet Trinity, if I didn't get a chance to chop it up with him on the yard, then we would think from a distance that we don't share the same value system. And in many respects, we do. And me and him joke a lot about, like, yo, man, you got a quote-unquote stereotypical black experience, and some of my experience is a quote-unquote white experience. But the fact of the matter is, man, we're human beings, and let us meet there. So I just wanted to, highlight that point, that one of the reasons why this stuff persists like that is because no one's hearing one another, and we're not interacting. Now, this thing about, these neighborhoods that have this block or in the zone doesn't support police. That's not true. I was watching the other day, they talking about, we had a weekend where Chicago had went through what it went through, and it was just a hell of a weekend. But as I'm watching this, I'm seeing police everywhere. Well, how'd they get there? People from the community called them. So when we watch this, we have to put our thinking caps on, people, to say, well, listen, I don't think that those people don't want police or defund police means this, that, or the other thing that has been co-opted by the conservative Fox News channels and the like. No, what we don't want is police brutality. What we don't want is an environment by which you can see somebody, Derek Chauvin, put his knee on this man's neck and basically smush him to death, and there's a possibility that he won't be charged. Now, subsequently he did, and he's about to get his time, got his time, or whatever the case is, but it was really shaky in the very beginning because we have an intimate relationship with injustice. So what I want to say to us when we get these images, let us question what we're looking at and fight against the sensationalism. Let us, the social engineering that they're trying to do, man, and just use what we know from our experiences of being alive. You know full well, man, that the block don't support defunding the police in the way that they're saying. And how do you know? Because how the hell the police get there? People calling them. That's number one. Number two, the police push back. They say, well, when crimes happen over here, we can't get any suspects because there's a no snitching policy, and you don't get anything done, community, so you're not working with us, or whatever. Well, okay, well, what happens now when one of yours get in trouble and you put up the blue wall of silence? It's the same shit. And the way that the human relationship works is if there's no trust there, then there's not going to be any building there. That's like being married to a woman who's a habitual liar. How the hell do you think that marriage is going to work? So now you have persons who are entrusted legislatively, called police, that are not trusted because sometimes they don't do trustworthy things, and then the societal ills of robbing, killing, all the other pillaging and stuff that goes on is already being acted out in the community, and no one's hearing each other. So how do you get to a common ground? You get to a common ground by not locking up the person, because when you lock the person up, you're still not locking away the social ills. And I think the great late Maya Angelou said that you lock an individual away, but you don't lock away societal harms. And I'm probably probably, not saying it verbatim, but that's what she got at. So you can lock me up, man. I've been gone 20 years, man. My neighborhood's still high crime area. And I remember when I was being sentenced, the prosecutor gonna say that me, since we had been in the county jail for 13 months awaiting this trial, that crime had gone down 12%. And he's pouring on the pudding, you know what I mean? Even though we had a mandatory life sentence, and we'll get to that in the conversation, hopefully coming up, but he didn't have to say no shit like that, as if, me and my co-defendants added 12% more to the crime in that area. Well, I've been gone 20 years, motherfucker, and it's still like that, if not more. So what have you effectively done? So, I think that we have to, when we're being bombarded with these images, man, we have to now think for ourselves, and it's very, very difficult to do in an information age when you're just being bombarded with a whole bunch of bull.
Yeah, I mean that's spot on, D, for real. And well, let's get into your life
Okay.
sentence, and because
Okay.
I know that's the most important thing, but I did want to just touch bases on who you were, the
Yes.
fact that you are articulate, you are intelligent, and you are aware of what's going on in the
Thank
world.
you.
So
Yes, sir.
I think we've cleared that up, and
Okay.
let it go, man. Let
Okay.
what can we do for you?
Okay. Now, in my scenario, I'm not arguing innocence. I'm not arguing, hey man, you got the wrong person. What I am saying, in fact, is that a harm was committed, yet literally, I am convicted of aiding and abetting armed robbery, homicide, which in Michigan and most jurisdictions that still have felony murder on the books, that's a classic felony murder charge. And felony murder, for those that don't understand, is simply this. If someone is killed during the commission of a felony, all those that are participants in it are in fact guilty, and they raise the level of intent to first degree. And in Michigan, if you're convicted of first degree murder or first degree felony murder, you get an automatic life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Don't pass go. Now the problem with that is when they enacted this statute, they were very punitive, and it was designed to punish more harshly persons who were acting in a reckless way. But it has become now outdated, and it doesn't take into account individual culpability, which every other jurisdiction in this nation basically understands. And individual culpability is basically, man, do the time for what you did. And doing the time for what you did had degrees of punishment. But when you have a mandatory life without the possibility of parole, there's no degree of punishment because you're automatically given that. Now look at this. Because the principal, the quote-unquote gunman, was 17 at the time, and I was 22 at the time, he has been now resentenced to 28 years because of the juvenile lifer law. Now, this does not mean that after 28 years he automatically gets out of prison, but what it does mean is that he has the opportunity to basically, be considered or, be given a parole. Now, because I was a few years older, there is no way now avenue after I've exhausted all of my appeals and my appellate remedies for me to be able to get out of prison. So now the question becomes, okay, the actual quote-unquote killer, and I'm not calling my man, this is my guy, man, I love him, we grew up together, and he was underdeveloped like I was underdeveloped, and, maybe a lesser degree than me because we, some years apart, but acting together in concert, man, we were pretty much on the same emotional and intellectual level at 17 and 22 years old. But anyways, the actual killer is given the opportunity to have some semblance of life, whereas you telling me to die on the bump? No, I'm not throwing a pity party and playing no fucking violins for myself. I am asking this, though, to society. At what point do we start locking up who we are afraid of and keeping those who we are mad at in here? So one of the things that can be done, California paved the way. California had the exact same problem. And what the legislators did in California was they got together and they, in the spirit of a case called People v. Brown, or, people in the state of Michigan, the state of California versus Brown, in that case in 1983, I think it was out there, they said, they being a California Supreme Court, said that felony murder basically was too harsh and, we need to set up some equity to allow for individual culpability. Well, it took California to 2018, 2019 to write the law in the spirit of that Supreme Court law. Well, in Michigan, it's the same shit. People versus Aaron come out in 1980. Michigan Supreme Court says that felony murder is a theory that
and it punishes too harshly. But yet you still have, in 2021, people like me and others in this state serving life without the possibility of parole. And the legislators, for one reason or another, have not gotten together to make the law enforce the Supreme Court's decision. Now, I'm looking at Maya Moore's 30 for 30 last night, man. And I'm looking at how my man, I think his name is Jonathan Irons, was railroaded at 16 years old. How the fuck you give somebody 50 years at 16 years old? They gave my man on this case with me, my brother, my loved one, life without the possibility of parole at 17. You give me life without the possibility of parole at 22. Yet your laws, your case law, is so hypocritical. There's not a harmony. Now, what happens when the society's sentiments change? What happens when people are beginning to question, hey, man, is that right? Hey, man, how do we get like this? And so when I'm in a position now to ask for equity or ask for equality, it automatically puts me in the position of subordination. And then those that are being asked has this unnecessary, unnatural parental control to even have the ability to say no. How the fuck is that even possible? Why would you say no? How are you saying no?
Yeah.
Justifiably. You know what I mean? So simply put, what the society could do for me and for those that is similarly situated, because I don't speak just for myself, man. I'm speaking for the lifers.
Amen.
And I'm not talking, you know what I mean? I'm speaking for the guys, man, who done died on their bunks, man. My man Thomas Turner, man. May Allah be pleased with his memory, man. This man was the same age as me, man. We used to tear the weight pit up 10 years ago, man. He just died from COVID this December. My man Sylvester Mott Bay, man, rest in peace to my brother, man. May Allah be pleased with his memory. This was an older head, man, who guided me when I come through the penitentiary, man, as a young man, and showed me how to shave, man. I didn't have no facial hair when I come to prison, man. I had a full beard, man. It made sure when we had razors in here showing, hey, man, you want to go with the grain, man. You know, the white guy can go against the grain. Brothers, you can't do that. You know, those things like that, man, where it turns us into men. And I had to have fathers in prison. And these men are now gone because of this disease, this virus. But getting back to what could be done,
but ain't that crazy though? But ain't that crazy though? Is you're in prison getting fatherhood, and yet your children are in society and can't receive that same fatherhood.
Yes. Man, that shit eat me up, bro. It eats me up because I have a wealth, I believe, of experience and knowledge, and I'm desirous of it. But if you ain't got the money and the means, man, listen, man, I'm 5 hours away from my family, man. You know, my mother just had open heart surgery twice last year, man. Hip replacement and all that. She can't sit for 5 hours to come up here. You see what I'm saying? The relationship, but that's another, because I'm going to talk about that too if we have time enough to talk about how, you know, staying connected. I have a movement called Free People, Free People. And I believe that, and I'll get into that in a minute, but getting back to what could be done, man, we could put a little bit of pressure on our legislators. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to use a platform like this, man. I want to thank you for allowing me to do this, but I can use this platform, man, to show that, hey, man, I'm worthy. My life is worthy of being saved. And that Mr. Zabib's death, man, be not in vain. That this man didn't deserve to die, but I'm going to be honest with you, I was not the one who actually killed him, but I was an active participant in the robbery, so I get that. And I've served a life sentence because that 22-year-old that came in here that got that natural life bit has long been gone, man. I'll be 43 in October, man. There's no way that a person in society is the same. Hell, 6 months. I was reading this book about epigenetics, man. They say every 90 days you got new cell growth. You know what I'm saying? So when you're talking about life experience in penitentiary, man, I'm well beyond that. I have children that's the age that I am now. I'm a father. I'm conscious of what the hell is going on around me. So my point being, and I'm going to end on this note in that, is that we could try to get like a change.org wherein we can locate and highlight some of our elected officials and just simply ask them, man, to do in the spirit of what the Michigan Supreme Court already done. Just put it in legislation, man, and let guys get an opportunity. That's what you got the parole board there for. Let guys argue for themselves and show for themselves a way to get out the penitentiary, man. And then let us be the answer to a sin-sick world that we helped to create, but now we have the answers to fix because apparently they ain't got no answers for this shit, man. You can't have no answers for it because crime is still going on. But we stop stuff all day. All day, every day, man. This location is on lockdown, not for security reasons, but for health reasons. And it is because we want to go home. We don't want to get to a point, man. You live violently for so long, man. You don't even want to see the shit no more, man. You don't even want it around you.
I don't even want to watch. I don't even want to watch that shit on TV. You know what I mean?
You see what I'm saying? Exactly, bro. Exactly. So that's the life that I'm living, man. And that's the life that a lot of us are living. You know, real talk, man. And shout out to the peacekeepers, man. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can say on that end.
No question, man. And it's a full-time job. And the thing of it is D, like, I'm overwhelmed by what you're saying, because you repeat exactly what it is that I say, in the sense that, listen, and just like Trinity just said, we used to have a saying. I don't know if they have it up there. I'm sure they do, but we used to say that, like, all of society needs to come through the pen. Like, we need to take these motherfuckers and send them through the pen so they can understand not to lie, not to steal. You know what I mean? How to take care of themselves, and how to be a peacekeeper. Because, like you just said, when you sitting here watching violence day in and day out, like, you don't want to be part of that no more. It's like, listen, man, you stepping on my shoe could result in people losing lives. So what can we do to squash this? Like, okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I was at fault. And that's all it takes. You know what I mean?
Ain't no doubt, man. Ain't no doubt. I think we have to rethink the system. You know, I'm hearing a lot about this reform and reformation of the criminal justice system and prison system. The system is doing exactly what it is designed to do, man. So if you were to reform that shit, it's going to have a deformity to it. You have to deconstruct and transform the system. And in doing so, man, what you essentially doing is changing people's minds. And when you start talking about people's minds, now you're getting into the psychology. And that's something that a lot of people don't want to fuse and work with when it comes to legislation, and dare I say, when it comes to disenfranchised poor people. When you're talking about people of color and you're talking about disenfranchised poor people in general, you don't want to extend the same pleasantries or the same forgiveness. It seems to be, like I said, sparse. So we have to ask ourselves, how the hell are we looking at our society? Now, I'm not sitting up here, you know what I'm saying, playing no violin. I keep saying that because I recognize and I understand the humanity or the lack thereof 20 years ago that I may or may not have had. And I'm not trying to over-intellectualize. Like, you know, you got some people that's like, listen, man, you talk all that fancy shit you want to, man. You did this and that and the thing, man. You lay in your bed. Okay. Well, let's look at from a holistic standpoint. The body has a natural filter called the liver. And the liver in and of itself is designed to take toxins out and then now take those toxins and excrete them out so that now the body can function properly. What if prison was like the body? When you come in here a broken person, a toxic person, you have enzymes called people and programs that take those toxicities out of you. And then now what you excrete back out to society is something that is good for society. Why won't you do that? Why don't you want to take the time now? And when we think about investment in this country, first thing we think about is money. Everything is money. No, you don't have to invest money alone into this shit, man. You have to invest time, energy, and thought outside of what you have been thinking, because what they have been thinking does not work. How do you know it doesn't work? Because you're seeing a society that is unraveling at the seams. When we get off this hookup right now, you put on the news and look at the latest, and you tell me if what they have been doing is working. And we, the people, so cliche, have to now push back against the narratives of what's being given to us. And we have to be involved, man. The young people have to be involved. They have to, and I'm not saying that you got to, grab a picket sign or, but you have to know what the fuck is going on around you, because if you don't, then a reality will be created for you. And that's what happened to us. I would imagine that's what happened to you when you were younger, man. We weren't cognizant of what was going on around us, so a reality was created for us because we got caught in a jam.
Amen.
And self-preservation takes over. You know what I'm saying? So ain't nobody going to keep it real when the shit start going down. But my point in saying all of that is, man, this reformation thing, we have to change the language even. Now, I know that that's not going to be easy because, it is what it is. Prison reform is part of the American lexicon. But what it means to me is rethinking the way that we do prison. I'm going to end real quick because I want to say something real quick. A woman by the name of Natalie Holbrook, who is the president of the Michigan chapter of American Friends of Service Committee. American Friends of Service Committee. I want y'all to look that up, Google them, look at them, and they're very, very inspirational. They're very hands-on with prisons and whatnot. This woman, white woman, who in my humble opinion, man, she got power on the yard. And what I mean by that is, man, she helps so much and loves so much that we rock with Natalie. Natalie told me in a meeting, she was teaching us how to facilitate classes, okay? And in this facilitation, she's giving us tips on how to, deal with, the material and whatnot. And she said that she is a prison abolitionist. Now, mind you, man, I had been in prison at this time probably like 19 years, and I had to stop her from her, dissertation. I was like, hold on, what do you mean prison abolitionist? She said, I believe that prison should not exist. Now, listen to this now. I'm in prison, and I could not wrap my mind around an America that doesn't have prisons. I said, hold on, you mean like prison's not at all? Like, what do you mean? Make me understand that. And she said, yes. I believe that prisons should be abolished, and we should do this, that, and other thing. She went up into a spiel. And as I'm listening to her, I'm like, man, this is too long to have an idea. This lady got to be crazy. But then I went back and reflected on it, and I'm still reflecting on it years past. Imagine now, my ancestors being in Virginia on a plantation, 5 generations into slavery, and it's 60. Right? The Emancipation Proclamation hadn't been signed yet. And there's some people running around and saying, hey, man, I believe that slavery should be ended. You had people that could not wrap their mind around the reality that chattel slavery would end as they knew it. And I had to now come to a glaring and shocking understanding that I have to change my mind, even with the people that's trying to help us to get out of prison. And I just want to use it because that was a hell of a revelation that I had to come to from outside of the prisons. So when I say free people, man, it took someone that was free in thinking to change my perspective on where I even sat in this world and in my condition, man. It was a hell of a thing when I really broke it down, man.
Yeah. No, and that's again, you're spot on, homie. And it's like I say, and it's I'm not organizing no rallies, right? I'm not having my people stand out in no hot sun with no sign. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
Because
yes,
and I tell people on my channel, and I say it now, I do not negotiate with terrorists. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
so the thing of it is that you have shown who you are. And for me to keep coming to you and asking you for change, I have a better chance of going to Jeff Bezos and asking him to change his business model. Because I've done subscribe to the fact that, we keep asking for change and we keep saying that the system isn't working. But I think what we need to realize is that the system is working as perfectly as they want it to work.
Absolutely.
So when we're going to them and we're saying, man, listen, the system's broken, they're just not in their head, yes, but in their mind, they're like, no, it ain't. This shit is working perfectly.
That's right.
So in order to change this, right? Again, this is why I'm doing the channel and I'm bringing these convicts to you so you can hear from their own voices, right? Yes, we have to unite America. We have to bring our communities together. We have to put aside race. We have to put aside culture. We have to put aside religion, put all of that stuff aside, because the baseline fact is we're American, and this is happening to Americans. You see what I'm saying? So we have to come together. We have to provide our own community leaders, right? Just kind of like how prison, and again, this is what I'm trying to do, D, is show that how we live in prison is how they want us to live out here. Same way. We have to run our own communities. We have to have our own community leaders, our own cars, if you will, that get up and represent our communities. We don't have no leaders out here, dog.
Absolutely. Now isn't that ironic that the same very people of whom broken the social contract, so to speak, of society and being placed in an environment by which, for all intents and purposes, are for the quote-unquote bad people, have something to now offer to the society that they were cast out from. And I believe in all freedom fighters, man, wherever they reside, past, present, or in the future ones. regardless of who they are and what their ideology were. If you're fighting for freedom, and I mean not only freedom from incarceration, man, but freedom from a broken mind, then you are my spiritual leader. And we're all human beings that happen to be inculcated into a culture of America. And no matter where you live on this planet, you have to have air. You have to have water. You got to have some type of shelter. And when you interact with people, the fundamental principle is you want to survive that interaction, whether it be literal survival or you want to survive it emotionally, spiritually, and otherwise. So if we can come together from a human perspective, one of the things that allows for people to give injustice to other people is when they other people, meaning then that you're not of my tribe, you're not of my respect level, you are other. And when you come from that perspective, you run the risk of having the shit that we have in the way of social unravel and injustices in many forms. Now, that's not to say that you're going to have some underdeveloped people, or maybe some people that got their shit together. They just sick and whatnot. You're going to have some societal ills. And these societal ills will, in fact, disrupt and put dis-ease amongst the society. But the question becomes, what do you do with those people in the way of your resources? What do you do with those people in terms of your ideas? Question becomes, do you want to fund their life for the rest of their life after you already decided that, they shouldn't be amongst you? That's not even, that doesn't make sense. In Michigan, 37% of the population is either longer determinate sentences or lifers, meaning that you got 20 or better, or you got life, whether with or without parole. Each person, it takes $36,000 per inmate. That's $1.9 billion roughly to take care of some people of whom you deemed to be irredeemable. Now, America is a capitalistic society. We have to ask ourselves, is that economically feasible? Then we're a land of laws, so to speak, right? Or literally, they say. I was looking at Bill Cosby the other day, and they were talking about his lawyer saying that the Bill Cosby didn't win today, the Constitution won today, and all of the pundits outside of the morality or whatever. And I'm not getting off into one way or another supporting him or not supporting him. That's my personal view, one way or the other. But what I am saying is that there was a sentiment talking about America is a land of laws. Well, what happens when you're showing that it depends on how much money you got, how much status you got, the law can bend to your favor? It disrupts the trust and it disrupts the community, just like those who are robbing and killing. What's the difference between a person that got a gun in his hand or a person that got a suit and tie who signs a damn bill that is basically criminal in nature and kills a generation of people and not just interact with you and unfortunately harm one individual? And we're seeing that in real time, and I think this is why the country is, and the world even, you got people in Spain that saw that shit that happened with George Floyd. You got people in Japan, and they had outpouring support that George Floyd's family did. It is because, man, from a human being perspective, man, shit's not right. And you don't have to be a scholar. You don't have to be, one of these things to know this shit ain't right. And your feeling tells you that this shit ain't right.
And people ain't making, they're not making the connection, like you have Candace Owens, and I agree with a lot of what she says politically, right? But however, when it comes to black culture, like I'm more experienced with that than she is. You know what I mean? And
yes, sir.
And because she's sitting here and she's trying to criminalize George Floyd, and how are we, just idolizing a criminal and things of that nature. And what people aren't understanding is it had nothing to do with George Floyd. It was the millions of other George Floyds that happened.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And it was this George Floyd that broke that straw. That was just enough. There was just going to be no more. You know what I mean?
The timing, the technology, all of that, because COVID had set people down. And what happened was we were able to now focus our attention because you were forced to see it. You could, and put it like this, black folk and poor and disenfranchised people, the like, who knew this reality, like you say, those other George and millions of other George Floyds, we knew this to be the case. We were now sitting back seeing people who was acting like they didn't know what the hell was going on.
Oh my God, does that stuff really go on? Come on, get the hell out of there.
Listen,
We've been
listen,
telling you
bro,
this shit
bro,
in
listen.
rap songs from the 80s,
Absolutely.
man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So listen, bro. Listen. So we're watching you watch this, and you can't flinch. You can't turn away. You can't say that you didn't see it. And what we saw was an outpouring, right, of support because he was a human being that happened to be wrapped up with a racial component. But the fact that George Floyd was squished to death, it would have been just as shocking if this man was a Caucasian. And if Derek Chauvin was Derek Chauvin, it's not right. And when you have an environment by which the possibility of this man not being charged, that is what was so precarious and what made people respond, because they say, hey man, we can't let this one get away from us. Now, how do you fix that? Well, there's no simple fix, but what there is a common ground to say, man, let us come together as human beings. Now, human beings in a society, we all have different views, but once again, and the law of nature, meaning that all things being created equal and equally created, what we have to wrap our minds around is man, sentimentalities change. And if you're going to have a sentimentality change, you're going to have legislature and law reflect that. Real quick point. Joe Biden come out a couple of weeks ago talking about crime in these cities. And I'm not going to lie, I'm anticipating him saying, yo, we're going to, lock more people up. He changed his, well, I can say changed it too, but he's talking about redefining what law enforcement is and start to funnel some of that COVID money that they got extra and put them into community activists. I said, wow. It's a start. Now, I'm not, Democrat or Republican, whatever. I'm not even into that in terms of political affiliation. But what's right? I'm about the Justice Party. And that's, it's on the road to it. Now, conversely, right off the bat, your Candace Browns and the Leo 2.0s and all these clowns, they are not our leaders. You hit it dead on, bro. You said that we have to be the leaders. The leaders got to come from the block. The leaders got to come from prison. Candace Brown ain't in prison. Leo, what's his face? They're not our leaders. And we got to stop looking to see people on TV and start looking in the mirror. If I could bring leadership from pie in the sky and put leadership in your head. If I could take a leadership from off of TV and put them in the mirror, now I'm putting onus on you. I'm empowering you. And we don't have to listen to them. Only reason they get ratings is because people that are not connected to what we connected to, which is the block, I call it, or some neighborhoods where I don't know what, the different vernaculars throughout the states, but I call it the block. We're connected to the block. And the block don't give a damn. Man, if you would say Candace Owens to half the people on the yard, bro, they don't know who the fuck you talking about. You see what I'm saying? But we're connected because we have our finger on the pulse, because we have a vested interest. But we have to now become, not you and I specifically, but the neighborhoods have to be the leadership.
Yep.
No, you're back control of your household.
You're spot on. And we just turn your fucking TV off, man. For real. Just turn the shit off. Because nothing good comes out of it. Nothing good comes out of it, man. Nothing good comes out of it. Let me say this. Let me share this story, okay?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
it was my son, my stepson at the time. It was his ninth birthday, I believe. Right? One of those birthdays around there, and I had got him a go-kart. So I'm test driving this go-kart. Now I'm not in the hood. I'm at my partner's house that has yard with garage and all of that stuff. So got some property. So I'm out here and I'm test driving this go-kart. Now I take the go-kart out of the yard and I go into the street and I do a donut and I come back into the driveway, and just as luck has it, just the story of my life, an officer cuts the corner as soon as I come in the street, right? So now this officer comes and he follows me into, because I pull into the driveway. He follows me into the driveway. Now this Officer Palantino, that's his name. I'll never forget his name, right? He comes up and he's walking up on me and he's like, "Who the hell do you think you are driving this out in the street?" So now right away, because he approached me the way that he did, and I was young and I was buck, I told him, I said, "Man, listen, man," I said, "don't walk up on me like that." I said, "You have no business coming up on my yard." So now he pulls out his baton and flings it out and says, "Get down on your knees." I told him, I said, "Man, I'm not getting down on my knees." He told me, he said, "You have about 3 seconds to get on your knees. I'm calling back up." He says, "If you don't get down, I'm pulling my weapon." So now I get down on my knees. He locks my fingers behind my head and pulls me back all the way back to where I'm like in a U. and he's got this club above my face, and he's telling me how he wants to smash my face open. Now all this because I was just driving a go-kart and I got live with him. I got flipped with him because he got flipped with me. But the point that I share with that is this crap happens to me, and I wasn't in the hood. I wasn't around no high crime area. I'm a white dude. I just ended up getting a little live with him. I ended up disrespecting his powers, what it was.
Right. And see, and that's the nature of abuse. Because now, in his mind's eye, you don't talk back to me. Now, I don't know if they train that shit. I don't know if they teach that shit. But I happen to be a human being, and I know that it's a human malady that we have. And when you have a perverse a thirst for the execution of power, you think that what you think that you have is power. When your power is being challenged now, you will overreact. Now, as black men, I had to have a conversation with my son about his blackness and moving around in this country called America, and how you're perceived and how you are interpreted. And it is the difference between life and death. You can't have a bad day. You know what I mean? Whereas the police shouldn't be able to have a bad day either, because their bad day could be the difference between life and death and or violating someone's constitutional and civil rights. But the fact of the matter is, if you are, as a person, a human being, placed into a position where your humanity has to be cut off to deal with that, then that profession shouldn't even be in existence. Because police, not all of them, the greater majority of them, I'm not naive, and even though I sit in prison, I'm not naive to think that the majority of police are not good people. I have police in my family. So I know for a fact that that's not the case. And I hope I don't sound like one of those white persons that's like, yo, I got black friends, but you know what I'm saying? that whole cliche.
But I do. I do got black friends.
Right. so I don't want to come across like that, but at the same time, man, when we talking about humanity, man, you talking about being able to place yourself in somebody else's shoes. And the moment that you stop doing that as a profession or as a person, that's the moment that you have the potential to harm somebody else, man, and not give a fuck about it. You know what I mean? All the time, and I deal with COs that sit here, man, that are, for all intents and purposes, human beings, man. But there's a culture sometimes where they can't be human beings, because you're dealing with some other human beings that are broken, and sometimes it's very difficult to deal with a broken human being every day, day in, day out. So your stress level goes up, and when you can't manage stress, ill things happen. And then when you're given an authority over somebody and you got some ill shit going on with you, you're going to have the ability to now mess somebody over. But I see the next man coming in, man. I want to thank you, brother. What's your name? Because I didn't get your name, bro.
Man, my name is Thomas, man.
Thomas, okay, cool. Listen, Thomas, man, I appreciate you. I want to say, man, shout out to the warden here, because, man, the warden at this location, man, she's very much into programming. Also, the special acts here. Special acts allows for us, for the NLA, and I want to talk a little bit about the NLA, but we might not have time, but the National Lifers of America Association in Michigan is very progressive. The whole purpose of it is to create platforms and outreach programs that would allow for us to do what we're doing here, and none of this would be possible at this prison if it wasn't for a warden that's all about programs, man. So shout out to the warden here, Ms. Horton. Shout out to Marty Terry, and that's the guy that you contacted and dealt with, and some of the staff here, man, because some of them are, in fact, supportive of what we're doing. And this is a rarity, man. Not all prisons in the MDOC, Michigan Department of Corrections, allow for this shit to take place, man. We might have a few more minutes, but I saw a guy coming in, I didn't know, but I just wanted to get that out because it's very, very important, man, and I want to give credit where credit
no question. And have somebody from the NLA reach out to me. And
okay, cool.
Yeah, have them reach out to me and go ahead.
This is what I need you to do, bro. Send a friend request to Dion Riganil. Dion Riganil, man, that's my support system. That's my uncle, man. It's like a father, brother to me, friend, confidant, man. That's my number one supporter, man. He go hard, man.
How you spell it?
Dion is Dion. That's his first name, Rigan. Il, that's RIGGEN-EL.
Okay.
Holler at him on Facebook. Send a Facebook friend request, because I'm going to have him out at your joint anyways. Send a Facebook friend request to him, man. Let him know that we did what we did, and you'll be able to see some of the stuff that we're into, man. We trying to push this movement, free people. The NLA LA is hooked up with another organization by the name of Steps to Life. Steps to Life is headed by a beautiful sister who's like a mother to me, Aldina Godspeed. And this is recorded, so maybe, you can go back and Google her and whatnot and get the contact information, because I don't have it off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, you're on YouTube, partner.
Okay, cool. So another organization by the name of Prisoners Doing the Right Thing, which was started by one of the OGs up here, if you will. And brother got out, man, after doing 30-some odd years, man, had an aneurysm and died, bro, within like the first year of him being out, man. And the people that took his mantle and carrying that thing and put it on their shoulders is a sister by the name of she gonna kill me for this. My sister, Robin Sykes. Please forgive me, Robin, if you hear this thing. Don't jump on me. I just got a lot scrambling in my head right now. Robin is like a mother to me, a big sister to me. She took the mantle of Prisoners Doing the Right Things from Timothy Kincaid, a.k.a. Shakti, and she's taking it to another level. They're very inclusive. They're very aggressive. They doing their thing, man. And we're linked up with these organizations. And my organization, with my uncle, the Prisoner Project, we're all family, man. We put a Juneteenth / expungement rally on Juneteenth, wherein some of the guys that I rock with, man, that has been recently exonerated, they was out there. You can see excerpts of that on my uncle's web page. On Facebook page. My man Marvin Cotton, man, it's a guy, man. We grew up together, man. He was exonerated, let up out of here because he didn't do this shit. My man Danny Boy, Daniel Jones, man, who works for American Friends of Service Committee. He did 4 or 26 years in the joint. He got resentenced to, because he was a juvenile lifer, out there showing people what someone who might have committed a harm, what it looks like to have real prison reconstruction or transformation, not just reform. I talk to these guys, man, weekly, man. I talk to these guys monthly to make sure I stay plugged in, and they hold me down, and they holding the fort down in terms of this platform that we're trying to do, man. So it's very important that I get them up out of there, because I said I was going to do it. A lot of the comrades and the brothers that's in the housing units right now, they can't talk the way that I'm talking. I'm speaking for them, not in the way of leadership, because we don't believe in that, in talking about one leader. No, man, we're grown men, man, who are fathers, who are brothers, and who conscious of what the hell is going on around us, and we won't change it. We want an opportunity to fix the neighborhoods that we fucked up. That's simple and plain, man. Without all the eloquence, that's all we want to do.
Yeah, no question, man. And spread the love in there, man. Tell the fellas about me, man. Tell the fellas about the channel, Free Me Podcast.
Okay, it's Free Me Podcast, Free Me.
Yep, all they gotta do is they tell their family to Google. If they just Google Free Me as one word, Free Me Podcast, all my stuff will come up. So
cool. That's what's up, man.
I want to start. Yeah, I want to start. Like, I want to start reading people's poetry, dog, because I know there's a lot of dudes in there that be writing some deep ass poetry, man. So
okay.
Yeah, some cats that in there.
I got a few guys with that. I got you. Spoken word and shit. I got a couple guys, man. I got a couple guys that's into that. I mean, obviously, because you could throw a rock and find a poet up in the joint. You know how that shit go. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely spread that word, man, because we just want a platform by which we can show our humanity, man. You know what I'm saying? Some of us are more outspoken than others. And by way of outspoken, I just mean, very passionate. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, man, water finds its level. So in other words, to say, man, when you're going to see a common theme amongst the guys that have access to you because they into the shit that we into. That's how me and Trinity, because we into the same stuff in terms of our growth and our outlook on life and the men that we want to be and the men that we want to present to the world. So, that's very, very important, man, to us, me specifically, because like I say, man, I speak for the lifers and the long and determinate sentence people, man. Some of the guys that lost their minds up in here, man. You've been in here, you did a stress, so man, some guys really fold under the weight of the kind of time that they want us to do. Mental health is serious, man. I read somewhere they said in Michigan, man, 1 out of 5 prisoners in the MDOC is mentally ill. Now, I'm not that good at math, but I know that 1 out of 5 is 20%. So you talking about 20% of this population that has some form of mental illness. Well, those 20% are affecting the 80% because I got to deal with this shit. You see what I'm saying? And you don't think that I have some things that may or may not be going on in the way of stressors and anxieties dealing with the mentally ill. And I'm not blaming the brothers and sisters that are mentally ill because they're mentally ill. That means literally that their brains are wired a different way. What I am saying is we went through this thing called COVID, and we didn't have any counselors. It was us that held each other down. So us holding each other down, us doing what we need to do is indicative of us making the change. So the next man is coming in, and I want to thank everybody that's listening that will have potential help, and just pretty much, man, give us a shot at life, give us a shot as human beings, and be well, Thomas, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, stay safe, man. Stay safe, brother.
Yeah, ain't no doubt, ain't no doubt. Peace. Here go the next brother. Thomas.
Hey, hello.
Hey, how's it going? This is John.
Hey, John, how are you, man?
I'm all right. I was just out there sitting in this little room, heating up. It's hot. It's hot up here.
Oh, so they brought you up and got you sitting in a room now, so they had you ready to switch out.
Yeah. They had me on deck, ready to come in, back, clean up.
Okay. So, Mr. John Kehoe, boy, you're a popular guy.
I don't want to be. John Ortiz Kehoe. Don't forget the Ortiz.
Ortiz, okay, John Ortiz Kehoe. So let me know a little bit who you are, what's going on, and we'll go from there.
All right. My name's John Ortiz Kehoe. I'm originally from Michigan, but I didn't live here my whole life. I lived around the state. Father was in the Air Force, so we moved around. Lived in South Carolina, Texas, out in Colorado, and then back to Michigan. Went to college down in Florida. I was going to ask you, too, where are you from in Florida?
Man, I'm out here in Tampa, man, Champion Bay.
Oh, all right, Tampa. I haven't been that way. I used to go down to Orlando, and I went to college in Fort Lauderdale, so I used to go down to Florida every once in a while.
Okay.
All right, so then I came back up to Michigan, and I went to school for music and video production because I was a DJ, and I used to DJ for local rappers down in Miami, and when I came back to Michigan, and that's what I was doing, and after I dropped out of college, came back up, was doing the music thing, and one night just ended up ruining my whole life, and after that night, I kind of just, just saw everything go and got involved in the drug game, and basically 3 years later, I came to prison for a cold case murder that everyone who knows me knows I didn't do.
What decision was it that changed your life that night?
It was the night that the guy I was with committed the crime I'm in here for. And, it wasn't even like he was a close friend of mine. He was my friend's little brother. And we were hanging out that night, and he got all cocained up. And when I left the house, he did what he did. When I came back, I made the dumb decision of helping him get rid of the evidence, or get rid of the body. And it was a cold case for all those years until later on they started doing the drug investigations, and they ended up charging his whole family on drug crimes, and he came forward and took a deal and basically put the whole crime on me.
What was the victim's name?
Her name was Rose Larner.
Rose Lana. How did she get wrapped up in all of this? Like how did all of that unfold?
Well, I knew Rose. Rose and I were friends, and we were teenagers, so of course we were on and off together. And she was just around that night while we were driving around. Actually, I made a delivery, delivered some weed to my brother that night. Took him 5 pounds. He was in college, so weed. So I drove up, dropped that off with him, and came back and I saw Rose. Rose wanted to ride with us, and she wanted to be with me, so we drove around. It was her, this guy, his name's Bill Brown. Her, me, Bill Brown were in the car, and he was trying to have sex with her. She didn't want to have sex with him, and I was having sex with her the whole night, and basically they grew up together and they were friends, so I didn't think anything of leaving them together alone. And when I did, I came back and she was dead.
And what did you do at that time? I mean, you come back and obviously you weren't expecting her to be dead.
No, well, when I came back, I was messed up. I was confused. I didn't know what to do.
I was involved in the little crime we were doing then as far as selling marijuana, but it was nothing major. And the guys I was involved with, back then we were caught up in that life. We were living the gangster life where we were out there thugging. So when I looked at the situation and it happened at my family's house, the only option I saw then was to help him. It's like I was I got to help him get rid of the body and get rid of the evidence. So I made the wrong choice and helped him.
Yeah. Ah, Lord, man. So how is it that how are you charged within that?
How was I charged?
Yeah, so how are you charged within? Are you charged as just as an accessory? Were you charged for the murder
No,
of her?
I was charged with first-degree murder.
Okay. And how did that come about?
Well, we were all involved in trafficking marijuana from Mexico to America. And this, started out weird, small-time drug dealers early off, selling, a couple pounds here and there. But over time, we eventually got plugged in Mexico, and we were trafficking marijuana from Mexico to America. So in 1996, they put together a drug task force, and they ended up indicting a friend of mine and my co-defendant's older brother, and they got indicted on 2,000 pounds of marijuana. So when those indictments came down, all these guys started making deals, and that's a area I still can't find to this day, because you know how the feds play it. It's hard to find the information they have. I've tried to get the files that the feds have on this information, but a practice they're doing up here in Michigan is they start these joint task force, and they'll have local, state, and federal law enforcement all on the task force together. And what they're doing is they're charging people with state crimes, and they're withholding evidence by putting it in FBI files. So when you try to get a hold of the FBI files, of course they're all redacted. You can't see anything. So I'm still trying to find out what role all those guys were playing as far as informants with the feds and what kind of deals they got. But after my co-defendant's brother caught that case, that's when the case really picked up then. And that's when guys started getting charged for other crimes. And he says he came in out of his own good heart and made this deal with a prosecutor who wasn't even from the jurisdiction of the crime. He made a deal with a prosecutor outside the jurisdiction of the crime, and came in, and that's when the case popped off.
So there was a documentary on this, right?
Oh yeah, there's been a couple of them, but none of them want to dig into the facts. See, everyone wants to go off the sensationalism about how the accusations are monstrous. But I'll tell you what's really monstrous is that they levy these accusations on me, and the facts don't add up, because everyone's mesmerized by the story. No one's looking at the facts. But I can show you the hard facts. I can show you what they said isn't true.
Well, this is what I want to cover to today with you on the phone, is because I've gotten several comments since the interview with Trinity and Trinity has spoke with you, and there's been several comments about your guilt, about you eating pieces of the people or whatever, and a lot of that, what Trinity explained, came from the documentary. People are repeating what they heard on the documentary.
Yeah, how that came about was I have this all on my blog and on my social media. All those accusations they came from police reports they had on my co-defendant, because this is what he was running around saying. He was telling people this story. So when they brought him in and he took the deal, they asked him about it. Well, what about all these statements we have about you saying you did this? And the first thing he did was say, oh, no, that wasn't me, that was him. So he took all the statements that people were saying about him, of what he was running around saying, and when he took the deal, he pointed all that on me. Even though there wasn't anything on me saying this was all on him saying it about himself. When he got the deal, because he's supported by the prosecutor, now he's the one that their star witness, who they gave a 1-year deal to, oh, now because all that stuff they said about him, and he's saying, no, that's me, now everyone believes it. So it goes from the prosecutor taking his story to the prosecutor presenting that to a jury, and then the media picking it up. And now people watch the media, they believe the story, when it all leads back to this one guy. And the problem with this case is there's no physical evidence in the case. There's none. There's not a body that you can test for cause of death. There's no weapon with fingerprints on. There's nothing. So there'll never be anything where you can definitively say what actually happened. All you have is this guy's story, and that's what I'm convicted on, is this guy's story.
Well, how are you convicted of first degree murder with just off testimony?
Exactly. That's the question right there. And one of their biggest the way they presented to the jury that it was first degree murder. They said that this was planned. They said we went to a store up here in Michigan. It's called Myers, and they said Billy said we went in there to purchase the items, preparing to do this. Well, I found out after my trial that they went to this store and they asked the store for CCTV if we had any footage, and the store told them they didn't have footage, and they didn't even sell what they said this guy bought. This guy said we bought. So they knew this beforehand that it didn't happen, but that's the way they presented it to the jury. They just came in and presented all this. It's flat out false evidence, but no one's paying attention to it, and I can show you the facts. But no one wants to look at them because they're all mesmerized by the story. It's like the Wizard of Oz when they came in and they looked at the wizard, but they didn't look at the guy behind the curtain. No one wants to look at the guy behind the curtain.
That's right, because it takes away the mysticism. It takes away the all the excitement that we built up, leading into it, and now just to find out that he was just a little old guy to begin with, just like you or me. Yeah, people don't want that. They want, like you say, the sensationalism. That's a lot what I deal with out here with these channels. Again, like I was telling Trinity, you had these guys that get out, they done a year, 2 year, and now they're diehard convicts, and they want to open these YouTube channels talking about how people get raped in prison and stabbed in prison, all this stuff, and they have like 8,000-10,000 subscribers. Me, I got a buck and a half. I got 1,500 subscribers because I'm not talking about that stuff. I'm talking.
You don't want to give them the show.
It's not what it's about. It's not what it's about, man. I'm trying to erase stigma, not keep it going and create it. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem with my case is everybody wants the sensationalism. They like telling the gruesome, horrific story, even though it's not true. But they don't care because they like the story. They want to keep pushing the story. There's people out there putting out other podcasts. None of them try to come talk to me or look at the facts. They just want to get a buck off the story because the story sells. But what they're selling the story on isn't true. And that's doing a disservice to Rose and her family because it's not about justice anymore. It's about you making money off this story. And that's what the media did. And that's what this prosecutor did.
How does her family feel about all of this?
Oh, I'm sure her family hates everything involved.
Well, what I'm saying is does her family, do you know, are you aware, does her family, are they confirmed in your guilt, or do they feel like it's still up in air, or how do they feel? Do you know?
I don't know specifically, but I have seen instances where her family members have said that they believe that Billy should be in prison too. So I'm sure they don't know specifically what happened. It's like I'm saying, no one will ever know exactly what happened because there's no physical evidence in the case.
That's crazy. I don't understand that. I honestly don't, because as far as normal America believes, you can't be tried and found guilty without a body, without some sort of connecting link to say definitively, without a question, because again, first degree murder, it has to be unanimous, So how did they?
That's the myth in America that they can't do that, because they did do it, and they did it to me, and they said it was first degree murder. Nobody. They actually brought in evidence that
they couldn't even say was connected to the crime, but passed it off as it was evidence of the crime. They found bones in this house and passed them off as human bones when their own expert on the stand said they weren't likely to be. He said, I can't say definitively what they are, but they're not likely to be human bones. And in his closing arguments, he said they were human bones, and they had been tested by 2 doctors. Just blatantly lied, and I have it all in the record, but no one pays attention to it.
Or they write it off as harmless error.
Yeah, the harmless error. Well, listen to this. They had a grand jury in my case, and they indicted someone, and it was in the newspaper that this person was indicted for this case, and he couldn't be found. Well, at the time, I was in the county jail, so I wanted to know what's going on with this grand jury because it was outside of the jurisdiction of the crime. So they just had a secret grand jury, a state grand jury. They indicted someone, and then they didn't tell anyone about it, which, you can't have a grand jury outside the jurisdiction of the crime because the grand jury can't even indict. So I filed a motion looking for this grand jury information. Well, I was granted an evidentiary hearing. So when they granted me an evidentiary hearing, they appointed me an attorney. The attorney didn't tell me he was appointed. The attorney went to the evidentiary hearing, didn't tell me it was happening, and told the judge he didn't know why he was there, and they just threw my evidentiary hearing under the table.
What?
Yeah, and I have it on video.
Oh, well, okay.
He told the judge he didn't know why he was there, and I didn't have anything pending when I had another action pending in the Court of Appeals.
Well, where are you at right now?
Right now, I'm getting ready to file what's called, in Michigan, it's called a 6500 motion for relief from judgment. It's a post-conviction remedy, and I'm preparing to file that. But I wanted to get access to this grand jury evidence because in Michigan, because it's a state grand jury, the Supreme Court in Michigan has ruled that you have a due process right to this grand jury material. That's just because it's a state grand jury. So when I motion to get this information, they don't want to come off it because it's going to show that the whole prosecution was corrupt, because you can't have an illegal grand jury outside of the jurisdiction conduct interviews with all these witnesses and not come off that information. What happened with that grand jury? Was someone indicted? Who was indicted on that grand jury? What did they do with the indictment if someone was indicted? Because if the indictment came back, did you just scrap it and not say anything? So they don't want to come off this information, so they appointed an attorney to basically just sabotage everything. He went in there, said he didn't know why he was there. It was over in like 30 seconds. Luckily, it got posted, and someone recorded it for me. So then I went to the Court of Appeals searching for the same information. The Court of Appeals granted me a full hearing on the merits and wouldn't appoint me counsel, so I was forced to represent myself. I went in there representing myself. The Court of Appeals came back and said, yes, the information is there, but you waited too long to ask for it.
Yeah. I mean, all this is familiar to me, man. I used to see this all the time, and they're doing people's legal work, man. All of these games that they play. And people, again, this is why I do what I do, John. So to show people, like, this isn't no joke. This is real stuff, man. They sabotage your legal work. They sabotage your rights. Point blank.
Do.
You know?
They do. And no one's paying attention. No one cares. But it's going to happen to you. If they do it to someone else, it's going to happen to you or someone you love eventually. So why isn't anyone paying attention to what's going on? In the county I'm out of, Calhoun County, is a small county, but it's notorious for wrongful convictions. Some of the biggest wrongful conviction cases that had a major impact on Michigan jurisprudence came out of that county.
There's a lot of corruption coming out of Michigan. You know, there was a U.S. prosecutor that said that Michigan is the most corrupt state in the nation.
All you have to do is look at federal case law, and you can see judges in the Sixth Circuit are always condemning Michigan for what's going on here. It's a practice. It's because the circuits know they can get away with it, and then the Court of Appeals has become a rubber stamp. So they don't even look at cases. it's just recently that people have been starting, because the tide has changed a little bit, so they say, oh, well, I guess we got to look at it a little bit. And so many wrongful convictions have been exposed lately.
Yeah. And the
These
thing of it is, when
guys who have been here for years.
well, that's what I was just about to say. This is the thing. You don't hear about a wrongful conviction that's the man's been in prison for 18 months and his conviction. No, man. A wrongful conviction overturned, you've already done at least 2 decades. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the reason is because of what I'm exposing you to. What you hear John saying, what you hear these other gentlemen saying about them discarding your emotions, holding you up, holding you up on purpose. These people know that if you have your appeal that's supposed to be filed within a month, they'll come in and throw you in the shoe. You know what I mean? They'll get a call from the top and say, listen, we need this man locked up. Do not let his mail leave that facility for 30 days. And they'll come, they'll lock you up. They'll say, you know what, we're doing a cell extraction or a cell search. Say they found some bullshit in your cell, lock you up for 30 days under investigation, right? So you don't actually get a shot. You're just under investigation. And then while you're under investigation, you can't mail shit out. You can't get mail. All of this crap. This is what they do.
It is what they do. And no one believes it.
What can we do,
Everyone
man?
thinks it's a myth. We got to shed light on it. You know what happened to Trinity? Trinity got barred because of a procedural time. He missed his deadline.
Yep.
By 1 day, I think it was 1 or 2 days, he missed his deadline. So they wouldn't even look at it. What is that? It wasn't his fault. It was the prison's fault.
Yep. And what? Tell me. Speaking of Trinity, because Trinity told me about how you guys connected, and how you witnessed his events, I guess, that partook in him getting charged.
Well, I saw it all. I was already in prison when he came to prison. But I knew him from Denver. See, the crazy thing is when my warrant was first issued, I was in Chicago because I lived in Chicago from about I'd say late the middle of '94 is when I moved to Chicago. And when my warrant was released was in '96, and my father is from Denver, and I had been going out to Denver, so when my warrant was released, I was deep off in the game back then. Like I told you, I was thugging. I was doing about 500 pounds a week on marijuana, pushing it throughout the Midwest. So when the warrant they actually informed me that they were going to issue a warrant on me. So the people that I messed with down in Mexico, they were like, look, just come down here. So I went to Denver first. I went to Denver, and that's where I happened to meet Trinity, was when I was basically on the run. So I ended up coming to prison before he came to prison because they came down to Mexico and got me. Brought me back up here, and I ended up meeting Trinity again in prison, on a prison yard.
That's crazy. That's crazy. But no, but the reason why I want you to share that story again, because number one, it's a small world, and number two, this is what happens in prison, right? It's you meet people that because again, Trinity was like, he was looking for witnesses, people that knew anything about the case, anything like that, and it just so happens here comes a dude that not only knows about it but seen it, witnessed it, whatever. It's crazy how life works out. So
yeah, it is. And it was one of the witnesses. I mean, I don't know if he was a victim or something who what happened to him in Trinity's case. I grew up with the guy, so I knew who one of the guys was. And I was looking at it, and I was like, hey, I know this guy. I grew up with this guy.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. So tell me a little bit about, because Demel was telling me about the warden and the staff there. I know when I reached out to the prison to initially set up this interview with you guys, they were very welcoming, and very helpful. So
yeah, that's certain facilities are coming around, and we have a good warden here, Connie Horton, excellent warden, and the special acts director, Marty Tarian.
these are people who's, they seem like they're really dedicated to rehabilitation. And it's good when you find people who are in positions of power like that and who run these facilities who have a mind for rehabilitation. Because a lot of guys in here, they want to work on themselves, but we're not really given the tools to do it. So sometimes we got to do it on our own. So when we have a warden and a special acts director who are open to us coming to them and telling them, look, this is what we're proposing we want to do. It's always good when you got people like that who are willing to actually help us.
And how does that change the running of the facility as far as the inmates and what? Like the ambiance of the prison?
Oh, you already know that. When you got the older guys who are showing the younger guys, look, this is what you really need to be doing. You're out here doing the wrong thing. This is what you need to focus on. Because, when you're young and come to the joint, basically your mind's gone. No matter how much time you got, you don't think about that. You're thinking, well, I'm in prison now. This is what I got to do to survive in prison. When you got older guys that can kind of mentor them and say, look, young dog, what you want to focus on is getting out the prison, not being somebody in prison. That does a lot to the environment of any prison you're in.
But I'm generally speaking about the warden and the staff. As far as when you have a good warden and a staff that seems to be about rehabilitation versus punishment, how do you see like the violence go down in the prison, the inmates versus attack on inmates, things of that nature?
Oh yeah, guaranteed, because it's not a us versus them mentality anymore. It's when you see someone who's willing to help you, you don't have that instant standoff conflict. That tension that's always there between you and staff. Because you can see that the staff is actually willing to help you a little bit. So yeah, that plays a major role in curbing the violence and the overall tension up in the facility.
And when that happens, like when tension is down and violence is down, what tends to happen with those inmates?
Well, then the inmates can focus on themselves in rehabilitation. See, a major part of why people, I guess, can't work on themselves or push towards rehabilitative classes or educational classes is because stuff is popping off on the yard. You can't focus on I want to do this to help myself when you got butterflies in your stomach because as soon as you come out your cell it's going down. You just can't do that because you got to focus on surviving first.
Yeah, that's very well said. I'm glad you said that, and that's really what I wanted the public to understand is that when we're inside, like we don't want to be animals, and we don't want to hurt people. We want to better ourselves because 8 out of 10 of us are fathers. You know what I mean? And we want to be good parents, and we know that we're fucked up, and we know that we have emotional issues or whatever the deal is. We know, and we do want to fix those things. But as you heard John say, and so many others, those elements are not there. And I'm glad to hear that the Chippewa is really trying to change that narrative.
Yeah, and it's surprising because this facility is known as a disciplinary facility. It's up north across the bridge. Guys are usually sent up here for disciplinary problems at other facilities. But when I got up here, I saw it's kind of a whole new environment up here. They have classes. They got guys that are teaching classes and facilitating different activities to keep guys away from what they're usually getting into up here. And it's a good environment here.
Let me ask you this, because you're in for a pretty serious offense, and I'm sure that you've been on some maximum security yards. All of this stuff that we see on these channels or whatnot, how often? First off, you say you've been down 20 years?
Yeah, 25 years.
25 years. How many people in them 25 years have you literally seen raped?
Raped?
Yes.
Myself literally seen raped?
Yeah, but
I've never seen anyone raped.
Okay. How many rape cases have you heard of or do you know of?
Chatter on the yard, maybe enough to say on one hand, maybe.
And when guys are getting stabbed and this violence that we talk about, why does that violence occur?
Uh, the violence can pop off over anything, really. You're locked in. You're here with a bunch of other guys. Everyone has their chest puffed out. So I can't say specifically how each individual incident will occur,
Mm-hmm.
but you've been in here too. You know
Mm-hmm.
it can pop off over almost anything when you got a bunch of testosterone.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to say is the violence occurs mostly because we're treated in such a fashion that we believe that violence is the only answer. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I would agree with that.
so when somebody when I feel disrespected in prison, it's in my mentality that I can't allow myself to be disrespected because then everybody's going to disrespect me and then everybody's going to chump me out and then steal my stuff and things of that nature. And
Exactly.
because that thought process is there, well, as we know through life and experience, thought creates action. So so the thing of it is that as long as this stigma is there, then and we keep portraying prison as some gladiator school, which I mean it is. It's a very violent and dangerous place. But the reason why is because we're told that's what it is. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
like you just said, we're beating our chests and things of that nature because we're trying to uphold the fact that yeah, I'm in a prison, I'm in a violent place, and I'm the baddest motherfucker in this violent place. Because
Yeah.
because again, we're made to believe that's true, and it's just not.
That that's what you have to do to survive. That's what they tell you. You have to be this way to survive.
That's right.
But that's what's good
And
about the
what?
old heads teaching the young heads that it doesn't have to be like that.
Amen. Tell it, preach it, man.
And there are a lot of guys that have been stepping up lately. Before it was they were preying on the young guys. The young guys come in, oh, we want to recruit them to do this. Where that mentality, I've seen it change over the years to where now the old heads are telling them, look, young dog, lay on back. It doesn't have to be like that. Get yourself together, get home, take care of you and your family.
So you see a change.
Oh yeah, I've seen a change over the last couple of years.
And how are the kids receptive to that as they come in?
It's hit or miss. I just came from a facility. I was down at Thumb, which is in Lapeer, Michigan, and I facilitated classes for the young guys. They have two units down there specifically for the youth offenders, and they have the under 18s and then the 18s to mid 20s down there. They're all in their own units, and I was facilitating classes to them. And there are a lot of young guys, coming in that they never had a father and they went through some bad stuff, but they're open to having someone actually mentor them and show them, that instead of a gang coming to get them, someone else coming to get them and like, no, dog, get yourself together, get out of here. This ain't the life you want to live.
Mm-hmm. What and that was I don't know if I really had I had some old heads that would kind of guide me or whatnot, but as far as learning my life lesson, man, I had to do that on my own, and I think we all have to do that. It
Yeah.
was just coming to grips with not lying about my situation or what it was, and setting aside the fact that yes, they didn't catch me with nothing. Yes, they this and that, but just setting all that to the side and just changing myself, man. It was,
hmm
but that's what prison
But
does.
yeah, but it would be so much better if there were mentors, to catch guys where they wouldn't have to do it all on their own.
No
Because some
question.
guys don't do it on their own.
And they don't, and they're stuck. And this is what I'm trying to educate the public with is that you can't look at a guy that comes in and does 20 years and comes home and does nothing to change because we as a society have trained ourselves to run away from our thoughts and to hide from ourselves. So that's essentially what we do when we go to prison. we're stuck in a time capsule, and we'll be stuck in that time capsule until we realize that we have to pay attention to self. The further we run away from self truth and self realization, yeah, you'll be stuck. You'll sit in there, you'll play dominoes for the next 20 years. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
See it all the time. And then the success stories, you never hear about.
You never
You
hear
don't hear
about.
about the guys that get out and are doing so good and, have made a change. There are a lot of guys that have left recently, well, within the last couple of years, one on wrongful conviction, a juvenile lifer friend of mine, Pudo, Jose Burgos, he went home. He's reaching out and helping and mentoring the youth. There are guys that are success stories that go home and do something positive, but you really don't hear about them. And these are the guys that need to get the spotlight.
Yeah. Well, no question. That's what I was telling Demel, and of course Trinity knows that. Going back to these other convict shows, these guys have 10,000, 150,000 subscribers. And I'm barely pushing 1,000 again because I'm not exciting. You know what I mean? I'm just long discussions about education and about change, and people don't want to hear that crap. People want to hear about people getting raped and stabbed and all this other shit, man.
Yeah, that's horrible.
That-
And that's why everything is so messed up. This stuff ain't changing as fast as it should change.
Amen, man. That's why we're in
You
the
need,
position
you
we're
need
in.
to be the one with all the followers. People need to be paying attention to this, not that garbage. Because half of it's lies. They're just sensationalizing some stuff.
I don't understand it, and that's the thing. A cat sliding across a table with socks. I have 24 million views, but until recently, Jordan Peterson. I don't know if you're familiar with who he is, but he's recently blew up. But you're talking about one of the most intellectual and intelligent men on the face of the planet, and he was only getting a few thousand views. You know what I mean? Until controversy struck, and now he's getting millions of views. So that's what brought down Rome. That's what brought down every civilization. Is this glorification, this wanting to live in our emotions and not deal with reality, not deal with facts. And the reality and the facts are, we have 2 million people in prison, and I'm willing to bet at least 40% of them are probably innocent, or if not wrongfully convicted.
Yeah. Yeah, people don't want to hear that, though.
They don't want to hear it, man.
Jordan Peterson, is he the guy from Canada?
He's the guy from Canada. Yeah, he's a psychologist from Canada that was he was a professor at the University of Toronto.
Wrote the book, what was the name of the book?
He has several, but the one you're probably talking is the 12 habits of life, I believe.
That's it. I got a hold of one of his secretaries, and she sent some books to the facility when I was down in Lapeer.
There you go. Yep. Everybody should follow his manuscript because it's the truth, and there's no denying it. And because as all truth tellers throughout history and time, have been eliminated in some fashion, going all the way back to Socrates. They look to eliminate the truth teller because we bring change and we unite. And that's not what the mindset is. That's not what the goal is. The goal is division, not unity.
Yeah, you're right. Because they're getting paid off that division.
There's no question. So what is your day like in prison? What do you experience? What do you go through?
Well, Trinity and I are bunkies, and we've been cellies 4 times throughout our time here in Michigan, and usually we work out every morning. We get up, work out every morning. We have law library at least 3-4 times a week. We're always cooking something. Of course, we got the cookbook coming out.
Oh, you guys got a cookbook coming out.
Yeah, we got a cookbook coming out. Ghost and Waves. Of course, they call Trinity Ghost, and people call me Waves. It's my nickname. Ghost and Waves present the chef up north. So we've been putting that together. And basically, we try to keep our minds out of what's in here and try to look at what's out there. How can we not focus on prison politics and what's going on in here? That's the main focus that we have. And, staying active in the law library. People got to stay up in that law library. I always give a shout out to the law library because there's only, I think we got 8 or 9 computers over there, and sometimes you go to the law library and there'll be one open. So with all these inmates in here, they're not even filling up the law library. So guys got to stay in that law library.
Is your law library, is it all digital now?
Yeah, it's all computer, LexisNexis system.
What did they do with the books?
Oh, they got rid of them, tossed all of them.
Have you noticed any discrepancy between the books literature and the digital?
I haven't. I prefer the digital because I can access anything. I can shepherdize everything. It moves quick. But that one time when we first got it, we had access to all legal briefs too. So any legal brief that was filed in the case, we had access to, which they ended up taking away, which I was upset with because when we had access to those legal briefs, you not only saw the case law, you got to see the arguments behind the case law.
Right. And they took those out.
Yeah, they ended up getting rid of all that. But, we still have access to the cases, just not the briefs.
Well, brother.
All right. Well, it's good talking to you, Thomas.
Absolutely, man. I love getting you guys out of the cell as much as I can, man. Are you familiar with Temujin in his case?
I'm not. No, I heard Trinity mention his name, but I'm not.
He's another big case out of Michigan up there. He's at starts with an M. Macomb. He's at Macomb. So Temujin Kinso. So in the late '80s, the mayor's son back then was a drug addict, and he was running around with a crazy crowd, and ended up getting killed. And the mayor's son was associated with Crystal, was whatever they were doing, and Crystal was associated with Temujin, and this is how Temujin got involved into this case. So since the late '80s, this guy's been sitting in prison. This case, John, is the most kangaroo court case that I have ever witnessed in my life. Absolutely, like it was something that it was like a comedy sketch. His attorney was a crackhead, was known as a crackhead, was already busted for crack, and was working with the police in setting people up to get off his charge. And this is his attorney, right?
Oh, that's horrible.
Oh my!
I gotta go. They're coming to get me.
They're coming to get you, man. Okay, that's what I was waiting on, for them to come get you, partner.
All right. Well, you take care, and I appreciate it. God bless you.
Absolutely, man, and share the love. Tell the fellas about me and there, man. And anybody's more than welcome to reach out to me. Just have them go through Trinity so we can set it up.
All right, we got it.
All right, man. Stay safe, John. It's been real.
Yeah.
All right. I can hear the anguish in his voice, man, letting go, because I know, it's a long day. This has been a long episode. I got tired. I got mentally weak because I got emotional throughout. This is very emotional for me. It's very hard for me because I know what these guys are going through. I know how John is feeling right now as we're speaking, and they're cuffing him, taking him back to his cell. So this crap is hard for me, and I never want to lose sight of the fact, and I always want to praise and give blessings to the victims of all of these families. There's no winners in none of this, and I guess the point of me doing this isn't about guilt or innocent per se. It's just about letting people be heard and having their word out there for people like us to listen, just listen to, and hear if what they say makes sense, if what they say don't make sense, weigh it with everything that we see going on in the world, things of that nature. And if they're wrongfully convicted, if they're innocent, just coming together and getting these people home, because we only have one life as we know it, and we deserve to live that life. And because of power, because of agenda, because of miscommunication, misunderstanding, things of this nature, stigma, so on and so forth, all the things we discussed, your life can easily be taken from you and be sacrificed into somebody's agenda. So again, this is why I bring the awareness for people to understand. But that's it. I'm done, man. I'm tired. Um, I'm gonna go relax, man. I'm gonna go relax. So I hope that you enjoyed the show. I hope that it was very informational. I I pray that these guys are able to get the help that they need, and that whatever they got going on with their case gets followed through, and that these people just get a chance to be heard. So that's all we can do, man. So until the next time, make sure to check out my foundation, my podcast on all platforms. Free Me Podcast. You can listen. I'll be transforming. I'll edit this. I apologize about the sound. What I did find out about the sound, so, is my hotkeys. I didn't even know the hotkeys were set up. So as I'm typing, I'm muting the thing, man. So I do apologize. I know some of the message that got missed, and I'm very upset about that. But what can you do, man? I apologize. Until then, man, y'all take it easy. Be one, be self, be love, man. Let's all come together and just be love for a little bit. Let's try that for once. All right? Until then, man, I'm out.